Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending tonight's council meeting. For the record, it's August 1st, 2024, and the time is 6:30. I'll begin with the roll call. So council, when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton.
Here.
Councilmember Stroop.
Here.
Roden.
Here.
Olvera.
Here.
Laura Kerner is not present. Scott Parker is not present. And Chesley Menchow is not present. We do have a quorum with 4 council members, and it is declared.
Thank you, Christina. And would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a good turnout for the meeting tonight. I'd like to welcome everybody for attending tonight's meeting. As a reminder, we do live broadcast the meeting, and if we do have anybody joining us by live broadcast, I would like to welcome them to the meeting also. For those that are here in the room, if you do get an opportunity to speak as part of the meeting, I would ask that you use the microphone that's up here at the podium to make any comments. And the reason for that is the individuals that are observing by live broadcast cannot hear the comments if you make it from where you're sitting. And if you do get an opportunity to speak, I'd ask that you introduce yourself, your name, and whether or not you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident or not. And with that, we'll move on to citizens to be heard tonight. And for those that get an opportunity to speak as part of citizens to be heard, I would ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. And first on the roster, Carol Willoughby. Would like to speak? Okay.
Hello, neighbors, councilmen, mayor. My name is Carol Willoughby. I live in Fair Oaks Ranch. I'm in Chartwell, which is right behind this building. And I wanted to speak quickly and present the petition that we have had out to vote, not vote, but against building the community center. There's almost 400 signatures so far. That's votes of people that do not want this community center to be built. There's also been contributions made, close to $400. What am I supposed to do with this? What do I need to be heard? You've come, you've listened, but there's no action. Do I need to, I can produce signs and put them in yards of people that will let me. Signs all over Fair Oaks that says no community center, if that's what it's gonna take for you to hear me. Us, because there's almost 400 of us. The Bernie Star called me. I interviewed with them as they called Scott, the city manager. There were 2 citizens, letters to the editor in favor of not having the community center built. The cost to maintain 5,300 square feet is gonna come from the taxpayers. The cost for insurance, man hours to clean it, to maintain it, furnishing, supplies, power, Wi-Fi, etc. How much annually is this gonna cost? Has anybody put a pencil to it? Do we need to keep going? Can't we at least scale it down to 2,500 to 3,000 square feet? Some of you on the city council, when you spoke with me, said, that's a great idea. Let's take out that kitchen. Let's take out that giant foyer. If it's 2,500 to 3,000 square feet, we could put 120 people in it only. That's gonna give us a smaller building with more parking, because that's a big issue. That's also not gonna get big public events that wanna come there, but there's still enough room for Boy Scout meetings and to divide it in half and have voting for Kendall and for Comell and for Bexar County. You can still accommodate that. And I know that's important to you guys, and it is to us too. We all want a place to vote. We were also told that there was one member from the Chartwell, since we're right behind where this is gonna be built, would be able to be on the committee. The list of committees has come out. The community center committee wasn't even on there. Wasn't even on the list of people to volunteer and come forward for policies and procedures. Why not? Are we forgotten again? Thank you.
Next on the list, I had Chris Dobke. And yes, sir, you can. That was the question I was going to ask you. And when you say wait, to speak during the agenda items when they come up, okay? As part of, is there anybody else that's here tonight that didn't get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak as part of Citizens to be heard? Okay. I do have a number of letters that I received that residents asked that I read during Citizens to be heard. The first letter that I received was from Mark Freeberg. He is a Fair Oaks Ranch resident, and he writes, "Dear Council, on today's agenda, you have 2 action items on Noble Ark Drive that address traffic concerns raised by the citizens of Fair Oaks Ranch and are related to an overall debate regarding the permanent closure of the street. We are writing today in lieu of speaking in person because we are traveling outside the state, but please do not consider our absence a reflection of the importance of the matter to us. For the record, we are residents of Fair Oaks Ranch, homeowners on Noble Ark Drive, and we continue to support the full closure of the street. The permanent street closure of Noble Ark is an appropriate action of the council. It is good government, based on adaptive management, and is in the full alignment with the city's comprehensive plan designed to address growth within the city. As stated by the opposition, we certainly knew what we were getting when we bought our property on Noble Ark. We purchased the property in the fall of 2018. We knew we were buying a residential home on a local neighborhood street in accordance with the city's comprehensive and traffic plans that were adopted that June, 4 months prior to our purchase, and in full recognition of the opening of Van Robb Elementary that August. When one looks at the adopted traffic plan, it is clear that even with the imminent opening of the elementary school, council intended Noble Ark to be a local neighborhood street. This designation directly contrasts with the other designations established to delineate the city's preferred manner for residents to move about the city in various ways. The other designation include arterial roads, I-10 and Ralph Fair Road, collector roads, which are Fair Oaks Parkway and Dietz Elkhorn, and connector streets, which are Pimlico, Keeneland, and Battle and Tents. What the opposition to the closure of Noble Ark desires is for the city to unilaterally recognize Noble Ark and Calcalo as connector streets without an official change to the formally adopted plans, in the hope that they can save a few minutes in their morning and afternoon routines. According to the adopted plans, goals, and values, local neighborhood streets are intended primarily for use within the neighborhood. A connector street is to be used to collect traffic from other local neighborhood streets to access collector roads in other parts of the city. When the temporary closure of Noble Ark returned our street to a local neighborhood street in character, there were no interruptions of trash service, package deliveries, or emergency service, and as stated by officials in previous council meetings, there were no impacts to emergency services for other parts of the city. For what it's worth, during the closure, we personally dealt with backups at the four-way stop on Dietz Elkhorn. Our kids were never tardy to school. We write today to request a path to a final decision on the fate of the roads. We are not opposed to a trial reopening. It seems reasonable for implementing a trial closure, and we have no real comment on the proposed amendment to the speed limit and the addition of the stop signs, other than to say neither measure impact traffic volume and both require enforcement to be effective, the type of enforcement that places an unnecessary burden on our police force, whose efforts and times could be better utilized elsewhere. We agree with the need for a true workshop on the issue as proposed in previous council meetings, and we hope that a temporary reopening of Noble Ark would be used to gather the data that is allegedly lacking the professional analysis of the traffic impacts to these local neighborhood streets. As residents, our neighborhood welcomes the opportunity to collect appropriate data and will fully cooperate with the city to facilitate any of its collection efforts. After a reasonable time to collect data and recognize the impacts of reopening the street, our request is that the city hold the requested workshop to discuss the reality of the situation, and after due consideration of the facts and the council's role in maintaining its established vision for the city, the drafted ordinance for permanent closure of Noble Art be scheduled for a vote to either pass or fail. To finalize, the traffic issues on Noble Ark and Calcella are not limited to parents seeking to save time by avoiding the less than 3 miles of travel necessary to utilize the city's designated thoroughfares for their school commute. It's not an issue of elitism of the residents of the neighborhood wanting special privileges for their streets. The sheer volume of traffic that utilized the street prior to the closure, coupled with the narrow width and the unique curvature of the streets themselves, is the overall problem. The temporary closure provided us with what the city thought we should have. Our streets were less congested and safer for neighborhood residents and other Fair Oaks Ranch walkers and bikers. In short, the closure gave us our neighborhood back. Don't take that away permanently without a thoughtful discussion of the issue and a true consideration of both the city's goals and the values it asserts it desires for its residents. And it was signed sincerely Mark and Brandy Freeberg, and they live on 8633 Noble Art Drive. Second letter that I received was from Viv Serrano. She is a Fair Oaks Ranch resident. She writes, "Dear members of the City Council, my name is Viv Serrano, a concerned resident of our community, and I'm here to strongly advocate for maintaining the current street closure. Reopening the street poses significant safety risks and will severely impact the quality of life in our neighborhood. To illustrate the gravity of these concerns, I want to share deeply personal and alarming experiences involving my daughter. She rides the school bus daily, and prior to the school year ending, there were multiple occurrences where she was nearly run over walking to catch her bus. These incidences were not isolated but repeated, highlighting a very severe and ongoing safety issue. The fear and anxiety my family endures every day, worrying about her safety, are feelings no parent should have to experience. Additionally, the recent opening of the H-E-B in Lemon Creek may significantly impact our neighborhood if the street is reopened, potentially turning it into a congested thoroughfare. This increase in traffic could endanger residents and diminish our quality of life. Another pressing issue is the activity of the nearby Harley-Davidson dealership. They frequently use our street to test motorcycles, particularly during the day and on weekends. This results in the considerable noise pollution and presents a hazard to pedestrians and other drivers due to road testing. Reopening the street would undoubtedly increase this dangerous and disruptive activity. While some might suggest that implementing stop signs and lowering speed limits could address these concerns, I firmly believe that these measures will not resolve the fundamental problem. Increased traffic and the inherent dangers associated with it cannot be mitigated solely by signage and speed regulations. The closed street currently provides a necessary buffer that maintains safety and tranquility for our residents. It is also important to note that all safety concerns regarding keeping the street closed have been thoroughly addressed. The Chief of Police has confirmed that there is no safety concern related to maintaining the road closure. This expert opinion reinforces the argument that keeping the street closed is in the best interest of our community's safety and well-being. Considering these issues, I implore the council to prioritize the safety and the well-being of our community. Keeping the street closed is essential to maintaining a safer, quieter, and more livable environment for everyone. Our children deserve to travel to and from school without fear, and all residents deserve to live in a neighborhood where their safety and quality of life are protected. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Viv Serrano. The third letter I have is it's actually from the Front Gate HOA, but was signed by Anthony Four, Ashley Rayfeld, and Ryan Schnoke, and they are all Fair Oaks Ranch residents. And it's titled Front Gate HOA Opposition to Noble Art Road Closure. And they write, "Dear City Council members, Front Gate HOA would like to convey to Fair Oaks Ranch City Council that we are opposed to the permanent closure of Noble Ark at Dietz Elkhorn. Front Gate already experiences challenges with people trying to cut through our neighborhood during drop-off and pickup times at Van Robb Elementary School. The proposed closure will only exacerbate this issue for Front Gate. Front Gate is a gated neighborhood or 500-plus homes with privately owned streets. Closing a publicly owned and maintained street, identified as Noble Ark, due to complaints from less than 50 homeowners is not only wrong, but seems abusive to the residents of Fair Oaks Ranch that own that street and pay for its maintenance, which includes the residents of Front Gate. We also hope that the temporary closure will be removed by the start of the 2024-2025 school year, which starts on August 12, 2024. Thank you for listening to our concerns and positions. Signed sincerely, Front Gate HOA, Anthony Four, President, Ashley Rayfeld, Vice President, and Ryan Schnokey, Secretary. Fourth letter that I received was from Matt Sandage, and he is a Fair Oaks Ranch resident. And he writes, "Dear council members, thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration on the topic of the permanent closure of Noble Ark Drive at the Dietz Elkhorn intersection. It was with great concern to learn that the barricades will be removed and the road will be reopened. Unfortunately, I'm unable to attend the evening's meeting, but I wanted to remind the council of the original reasoning behind the temporary closure and make a few suggestions in order that full and accurate traffic studies are conducted in order to make the safest decisions for the community going forward. I also wanted to express our stance against permanently lowering the speed limit to 20 miles per hour and setting up a three-way stop sign, as I do not believe this will solve the overall traffic safety and quantity issues. And I submit the following points. Point 1, according to the city's own land use plan and the transportation master plan, Calcalo and Noble Ark are small residential streets for local traffic only and are not engineered or designed to safely or comfortably be arterial or collector streets that they rapidly turned into once all of the thoroughfare traffic began to utilize this path on their way to and from Van Robb Elementary. When Van Robb originally opened, we had no idea how many people would begin to utilize these narrow residential streets as a thoroughfare cut-through. Over time, it seemed to increase exponentially as more people traversed through it, and GPS apps such as Google Maps and Apple Maps would suggest it is an alternative route to those outside of Fair Oaks. Now that we are aware of how intense the outside traffic is when these roads are open, we have the additional concern knowing that there will most likely be an even larger number of continuous traffic as more people utilize Noble Ark as a path to the Lemon Creek commercial area and the new HEB. This would further turn Noble Ark and Calcalo into arterial or collector roads as opposed to its design of small residential street. Point 2, this is not just a safety concern for the residents on the streets of Calcalo and Noble Ark. This traffic increase affects all Fair Oaks citizens that commute out Fair Oaks Parkway to I-10 in the mornings. Before the street closure went into effect, external traffic from the morning Van Robb drop-off would back up on Fair Oaks Parkway as they returned back through the neighborhood to leave Fair Oaks Ranch. The traffic would back up as far back as 8871 Fair Oaks Parkway. Once the road closure went into effect, traffic on Fair Oaks Parkway approaching I-10 was drastically reduced and would only be 8 to 10 cars deep at the CVS Frost Bank. Therefore, I urge the council to ensure that future traffic analysis also include data from Fair Oaks Parkway to count the increase in non-citizen traffic that traverses in and back out. And point 3, in addition to morning and afternoon traffic surges caused by the school drop-off and pickup, this section of Fair Oaks also experienced a heavy increase in commercial and large truck thoroughfare traffic as well. Specifically, we witnessed vehicles such as dump trucks, going to and from a quarry on Old Fredericksburg Road, along with flatbed 18-wheeler trucks with materials bound for Elkhorn Ridge and other developments along Dietz Elkhorn and Old Fredericksburg Road. And point 4, looking at the attendance map for Van Robb Elementary, you can see that the vast majority of people utilizing Calcalo and Noble Ark for morning and afternoon drop-off and pickup are not even Fair Oaks residents. In studying attendance maps, it appears that the only Fair Oaks residents that are in the Van Robb boundaries are Front Gate and the woods of Fair Oaks. All the rest of the traffic is from outside of the city of Fair Oaks, but is utilizing Fair Oaks streets. Please verify the percentage of students and families at Van Robb who are Fair Oaks residents versus non-residents. I appreciate your time and your careful consideration of this most important matter. And it was signed, regards, Matt and Angela Sandage, and they live on 8515 Noble Ark Drive. And the last letter I have is from Linda Miller, and she is a Fair Oaks Ranch resident, and she writes, "Hello, I'm Linda Miller. I live at 8535 Noble Ark. I want to thank the mayor and city council members for their service to our city and for addressing the issues of safety on Noble Ark, Dietz, opening and closure. I must admit I was extremely concerned and disappointed at the urgent decision to reopen the Noble Ark, Dietz, Elkhorn Road after all of the safety issues that were brought to the council. It appears that convenience was put in front of safety for the homeowners of this part of the neighborhood. Examples of these safety issues are children nearly getting run over going to the bus stop, the inability of the residents of Calcalo and Noble Ark not being able to get out of their driveways due to the backup of cars in an emergency situation, or just to get to work on these streets. This is not to mention speeding and running the yield signs and just being rude. It has appeared at the meetings previous that fire emergency were eliminated an issue for the road being closed. From what I understood, the issue is still an open issue for council to decide on, but somewhere in the last meeting it was decided just to reopen the closure. The study that was proposed also showed no evidence of the closure being an issue at the school. It seems the entire reason for opening the road is convenience. It is my understanding that the current decision to temporarily put stop signs and lower the speed limit will only be temporary, but by doing this does not address the overload of traffic never meant for these narrow streets and will only be a further backup of traffic and more congestion. Please consider further studies on this issue and put it back on the agenda for permanent closure for the safety and well-being of the residents of this affected area. Thank you for your time. And that completes our citizens to be heard for this evening. And with that, we'll move on to, we have two presentations as part of tonight's meeting. And first is the presentation of a 10-year service award, and I'll turn it over to Joanna.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor, City Council. My name is Joanna Merrill. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Communications. And tonight we are recognizing Sergeant Richard Gonzalez. If you will stand up here with me at the podium. So Sergeant Gonzalez is receiving his 10 years of service award tonight. He technically hit this milestone last month, and we present it at the beginning of the council meetings. So Sergeant Gonzalez actually joined the City of Fair Oaks Ranch team in July of 2014 when he started with us as a patrol officer. And kind of around 5 years in, he was recognized and promoted into his current role as a sergeant. He also holds an advanced peace officer certification and has completed and graduated from the Institute of Law Enforcement Administrations for the Sergeants Academy as well. He's also completed other courses in educational training, such as the FBI's Law Enforcement and Executive Development Supervisor Leadership Institute, and has taken leadership classes from the Texas Police Chiefs Association as well to further enhance his education and his leadership skills to better serve not only the citizens of Fair Oaks Ranch, but his fellow officers. And in 2020, cool little fact about Sergeant Gonzalez is he was a part of the competitive team that competed in the Back the Badge event, where that team came in first place. So woohoo. And then on a more serious note, back in June of 2022, Sergeant Gonzalez also received a life-saving award for responding to a call for an unresponsive male. And upon arriving on that scene, he performed CPR and successfully saved that individual, thus receiving the award. So again, valuable employee to have as a part of our team, and protecting and overlooking, you know, the city and the residents. And we just want to congratulate him on achieving 10 years with the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. So please join me in showing our appreciation. And as always, we have goodies. We have the nice plaque that we hope that you put up somewhere nice and special. And then we also have a 10 years of service award as well. So what do you need me to hold? Anything? Or you got it? All right. All right, and I'll set this in here.
Sergeant Gonzalez, from myself and from all the council, we'd like to thank you what you do for us every day for the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. And it's been a pleasure having you as part of the team for the past 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're just going to move into the second item, the introduction of Jim Williams.
I sure will. So the next item on the agenda is to introduce our new assistant city manager. So Jim, if you'll come stand up here as well. So it's my honor today to introduce, this is Jim Williams. He is our recently appointed assistant city manager. And Jim joined kind of our dynamic team officially on Monday, July the 22nd. And since then, he's kind of hit the ground running. Jim was originally born and raised right here in San Antonio, where he graduated from Holmes High School. So he's no stranger to the Hill Country area. Jim is also a retired veteran from the United States Air Force, where he concluded his service with the 172nd Stryker Brigade Combat Team in Alaska. So there he kind of continued to make his home there and also continued to serve the public throughout his career. Most recently, Jim served as the Chief of Staff of the North Star Borough there in Fairbanks, Alaska, where he was responsible for the administration of municipal government operations. And so now we are excited to claim him as part of our team. We do look forward to the wealth of experience and expertise and the dedication to being a public servant that Jim brings to our beautiful city. And I personally am looking forward to working closely with Jim in the future as a valued member of this Fair Oaks Ranch team. And we commend him on his commitment to fostering collaborative and innovative environment to address all of the opportunities that lie ahead of us in the future. And so please join me with a warm welcome for Jim to join our team.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
A big move from Alaska to Texas, or back to Texas. And a big temperature difference too, I'm sure.
Yes.
That completes the presentations that we had on the agenda tonight. We'll move on to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda tonight, we have 3 items. They are the approval of the July 18th, 2024 regular city council meeting minutes, Number 2, approval of a resolution authorizing the consolidation of the city's 457B deferred compensation plans from 2 providers, Mission Square and Nationwide, and into a single plan provider nationwide, and implementation of the proposed transition plan, investment policy, and the committee charter. And the third item is approval of the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 Municipal Development District, or the MDD budget. Is there any council member that would like to move any of these items from consent to consideration? And with that, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
From Keith, a second.
Second. From everyone else.
Ruben. For council, all in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Thank y'all. With that, we'll move on to our consideration items that we have on the agenda tonight. We have several, I believe it was six consideration items to go through tonight. The first consideration item is the consideration and the possible action approving a resolution authorizing execution of an interlocal agreement with the Texas Municipal League Intergovernment Risk Pool to form a joint self-insured pool to be named the Texas Municipal League Joint Cyber Liability and Data Breach Response Self-Insurance Fund. Expenditure of the required funds and execution of all applicable documents by the city manager. And Summer.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Summer Fleming, Director of Finance. So I have for your consideration a resolution authorizing the city to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool, which I'll refer to as TML. TML serves more than 2,800 governments and political subdivisions in Texas, and the city is currently a member of TML and participates in the pool for workers' compensation coverage, property coverage, as well as general automobile, law enforcement, and cyber liability coverages. Now, cyber liability was first offered in 2016 and was complementary with our other coverages, but in the last few years, our annual contribution has ranged from $53 to $250. As TML has seen an exponential increase in cyber claims over the last 3 years, the Board of Trustees recently approved the pool's formation of a new cyber fund and updated the cyber liability and data breach response coverage effective October 1st, 2024. So to continue with the cyber liability coverage, members must now enter into this interlocal agreement to participate in the newly created fund. If elected, the city's annual contribution amount for the cyber liability coverage would be $1,250 for fiscal year 24-25. That would be an increase of a little over $1,000. And the limit of liability for data and network and media liability would decrease from $2 million to $1 million, but all other limits would remain unchanged. The pool's total annual payout for cyber claims will be capped at $25 million, and that is shared by all members for aggregate losses occurring within the fund year. So if a widespread attack were to occur, the pool's Board of Trustees would decide how to allocate those funds. So while the city has policies and recurring trainings in place to mitigate the risk for a cyber attack, nothing can cover every possible scenario. So maintaining cyber liability coverage supports Strategic Action Plan Priority 1.3 to develop a risk inventory and mitigation strategies. The cyber liability coverage would be used to cover damage suffered by a cyber breach. So this resolution would authorize the city to enter into the interlocal agreement with TML to continue the cyber liability coverage. The agreement will be continuous until terminated, but the limit of liability and contribution amount may change each year and would be stated in the declarations of coverage for that fund year. Either party can terminate the agreement with 60 days prior written notice or at any time because of a change in that contribution amount, coverage, or limits of liability. So are there any questions on the actual agreement or cyber liability coverage? Yes, sir.
Just one question, Summer. Do we have any other coverage for cyber liability other than this policy here?
We do not currently know.
Okay.
That was my question, was if we don't approve this, we have no coverage.
We would have no coverage, and we would have to look for another provider.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? Good.
Good.
Any questions from anybody here tonight on the topic? And by the way, Summer, great presentation.
Thank you.
From council, could I get a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the execution of an interlocal agreement with Texas Municipal League Intergovernment Risk Pool?
So move.
Second.
Ruben,
Second.
second from Emily. Any other discussion from council? Motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. The second item that we have up tonight is the consideration and the possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.06, Emergency Management, Division 2, Emergency Management Program, and providing for a severability clause and effective date. And Chief, you want to kick it off, or do you want me to?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So this proposed amendment aligns with the city's strategic action plan under 4.5, which is establishing formal emergency operations plan. Some history here. Originating out of the Texas Disaster Act of 1975, the state of Texas mandates all municipalities adopt an emergency management plan and maintain that plan. So the city of Fair Oaks originally adopted theirs in 1990. Since then, we have amended it once in 2005 to adopt the National Incident Management System. And since 2005, we've grown quite substantially, and with the city's growth and evolving risks and the need for a more comprehensive approach to disaster preparedness and mitigation, the formation of the Emergency Planning Committee was necessitated by council and then ultimately approved in April of '23. One of our major objectives in that was to review and, if necessary, update the city's emergency management ordinance. So the proposed amendments tonight are minor changes in Article 106 of the city's Code of Ordinances. Specifically, Section 1.06033 changes the word management to operations. And choosing this, it ensures clarity in the language and emphasizes the city's focus on responding and mitigating disaster versus just managing it. Section 1.06034 proposes authorizing the mayor to collaborate with the county judges of Bexar County, Comal County, and Kendall County, as well as the mayors of other municipalities in coordination and cooperation for joint emergency management and response. And all of these proposed changes are very minor. They're a critical step in enhancing our city's preparedness and response capabilities, and by updating our emergency management framework, we ensure that our community is well protected and our emergency services are well coordinated and efficient. So I thank council for their consideration, and turn it over to the mayor if he has any comments or if you have any questions.
Chief, you covered it pretty thoroughly. You mentioned that we established an emergency planning committee a while back, first of this year. And that committee met and has written our emergency operations plan for the city, and it is ready for review. But prior to doing that, we wanted to review the ordinance that establishes emergency management for the city first. And there'll be two readings for it, the first reading tonight. If approved tonight, then it'll come back for the second reading at our next meeting, along with the emergency operations plan for review and consideration by council.
Great.
Any questions? And really, we had an emergency management ordinance. We reviewed it and found really two areas that needed update. Chief just mentioned those. And he mentioned that it allows the mayor, that one of the changes is to allow the mayor to work with all three counties, Bexar, Comal, and Kendall County. In the original ordinance, it just specified Bexar County. And so we just extended that to cover all three counties and then any other municipalities within our area. Any questions from anybody here tonight? Then I will make the motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.06, Emergency Management, which is Division 2 Emergency Management Program, and providing severability clause and effective date. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any other discussion from council?
Excuse me, Mayor? Who seconded?
No discussion from council. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Council.
The third consideration item that we have on the agenda tonight is the consideration and the possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution of a franchise agreement with Frontier Texas Ventures 1 LLC for solid waste collection and disposal services. I'll turn it over to Clayton.
All right, good evening. I'm Clayton Holscher, Procurement Manager with the Finance Department. I'll walk us through a little bit how we got to this point. Back on April 4th, we presented the Republic Services, the incumbent contract holder for this franchise agreement renewal proposal to City Council, and a decision was made to go out for bid for a request for proposals. We brought that back to the City Council meeting, a draft RFP at the April 18th meeting. And then on April 23rd, we advertised a request for proposal. And on May 21st was our deadline for that, and we received 5 proposals. We've received them from Republic Services of San Antonio, Tiger Sanitation, Texas Pride Disposal, Frontier Texas Ventures, and Waste Connections Lone Star Incorporated. As part of this review process, an evaluation team reviewed all the proposals and elected to interview multiple firms. As part of the review process, we evaluated key components such as price. We also looked at any potential future rate increases, caps, things like that. The availability and location of the staff and equipment that'd be a resource for this, the age and available primary and backup fleet, the relevant experience, the customer service resources, and then if we were to switch providers, how they would handle that transition period. We contacted references, did due diligence, all as part of that process. Would you mind switching to that? And we also, I'll show just a real quick slide also to kind of support this. And so to maintain our existing level of service, which is the same limits for our same amount of pickups, our same cubic yard limits for brush, you see the prices here on this table, or what we received as part of the request for proposal. All the proposals were included in an additional 5% franchise fee, which was something that we had outlined in our request for proposals. Frontier Waste Connections was the second lowest. However, I would say that the first lowest that you see up there did not include that company handling any billing services. So that would be a big change for our city. It would require some additional costs and resources. So price was one component of that. We also, as I mentioned earlier, looked at some of the other things, and we conducted interviews, and ultimately Frontier Texas Ventures 1 LLC was selected as the top-ranked company. We do have representatives from their company here in the crowd, and so if you have any additional follow-up questions for them, logistical questions, anything, they'll be happy to answer that. As of April of this year, they're currently servicing over 250,000 homes in Texas. They've got over 50 cities as clients, in addition to HOAs and other organizations. They also recently, in March, were awarded the City of Helotes contract, and they're also one of the places that we reached out to as part of this. So back in March, they started on with them. The actual agreement itself would be it would start on October 1st. It would be for a 5-year period with 2 optional 2-year periods. We'd maintain our existing amount of trash and recycling pickups. There's a few different service enhancements that this agreement includes. Bulk collection would be provided up to 12 times per year, so we'd be looking at once a month during the last full week of the month, with not a size limit, but a weight limit of 300 pounds per pickup. So that's per month. So that's a little bit of a difference from what we currently have. Our brush collection would still be twice each contractual year, and when we're talking contractual year, we'd be going from October 1st through September 30th. But instead of 2 biannual citywide events, we have the option of customers doing that at their own discretion up to twice annually. So a customer could contact them. There's an app, or they could call them, notify them of a need for a pickup, and that would also be during the last full week of each month. So for the bulk and the brush, it's 2 different things, but they're both limited to that last full week of the month. Household hazardous waste would be collected at the customer's doorstep, and it would be allowed up to 12 times a year. So once a month, be collected at the doorstep. Those are some of the differences from what we currently have. We negotiated the agreement with them. The service rate will be based on the terms of the franchise agreement. The monthly rate would be $28.47 per month, plus the applicable taxes and franchise fee. We did negotiate a 4% cap on the rate increase annually, so it'll either be the CPI average for that year or a 4%, whichever is less. So one of the things that we're able to do that is, if it's under the 4%, great, but it definitely won't exceed the 4% annually. Those are really the main differences in there. We'd be working with them on the transition period, be moving, acting quickly for them to source up. They'd be getting all their logistics in place, notifying everybody, and getting everybody, signed up for billing and everything that's needed for this sort of transition. It's something that they've done before, and we feel confident that they can handle again. And with that, we are recommending approval of the ordinance authorizing the execution of this franchise agreement. This would require an additional second reading of the ordinance. And I'm happy to answer any sort of questions that you might have.
So Clayton, just to clarify, in case folks, just for the folks here, that bulk collection is going to be every month available.
Correct.
To everybody. Brush collection is still twice a year, but they're going to do it every month, so you can schedule which month you want your your brush collection.
Correct.
Unlike now, where we're having twice a year, everybody puts their
That's
brush out.
correct.
And then the other thing is that Frontier would handle that transition of getting the old cans off the street and the new cans, so that the customer doesn't have to deal with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. And they're used to working with any sort of incumbents that have that to handle this transition. So dropping off the new ones, picking up the old ones to make sure there's no days that are missed. Yes,
So it's a 5-year term?
correct.
The initial contract with Republic, how long was that?
That also, I believe, was a 5-year term with 2 optional 2-year renewals. The second of which we did not elect to renew this year. We do have a termination clause available in the agreement that if there are any issues, we can end the agreement at the end of each contractual year.
Okay, so in terms of a 5-year term, that's pretty standard, I'm assuming?
Yes,
And then in the analysis for all these, 5 companies, for Frontier, where was their, customer service rating in comparison to the others?
we rank them as the highest. And in fact, when I contacted the references, in addition to some of the standard information that you'll get when you call a reference, like they're good, everybody said something about their customer service, and that they're very personable, and that anytime whoever's the account manager is very easy to get a hold of and will pick up the phone and can be easily accessed. So that was a really key component of that that we were impressed with.
I ask because I know I've had a transition before, and just the billing, and if you have automatic pay, that has to be switched. You have to change your garbage bins, and so that could be an inconvenience to some. And I haven't perceived any issues with Republic, and with the price difference of, I guess, what, $3 a month, we're talking about $36 a year of, I guess, to save versus staying with Republic. And so I think, I guess picking up trash is one thing, but I guess having that customer service and uniform service and no interruptions, I think is very important, because we haven't really experienced that with Republic.
Yes, and that is something that when we interviewed Frontier, that was one of the key points that we emphasized is, okay, here's your schedule. How would you handle this based on, a council, if council were to approve this agreement, how would you get everything in place? They have plans in place to go ahead and start ordering all the bins that they need, source their equipment. They already have locations in the area, landfills where they keep their equipment, everything like that. So we don't have any concerns with that, but I definitely understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I would just like to point out that if there are representatives from Frontier here tonight, if the council has any questions.
Or if there's any comments that y'all would like to make. Okay.
Can I just ask, like, how do you handle the transition on the billing side of things?
I'm Tim Henderson. I'm the area vice president for Frontier Waste. And so kind of how we handle that transition is the city will request the billing information from Republic. And so we'll need to gather that information because it has, people's phone numbers, email. And so then we can reach out to them directly and get them signed up with our billing and off of the Republic billing is kind of how that would work.
Okay.
So we'll need their cooperation to help us to be able to achieve those goals. And generally they do. When we made the transfer in Helotes, they provided us with a billing roster so we could get that done.
And I'm assuming Republic would pick up our current bins and then y'all would drop off new ones? Is
They
that how it
will.
works?
Generally what happens is we subcontract companies to come in and deliver the carts, and usually it's the cart manufacturers. They have a team of people that will come in and they'll deliver all new carts and keep up with the serial numbers that everybody has at each individual home. And then generally Republic or whoever the incumbent is, they'll contract with the same company. So as they're delivering the new carts, they'll be picking up the old carts at the same time.
And is the size of the bins, whether it's for trash or recycling, the same size?
They're the same size, yes.
And I know that, I think for Republic, personally speaking, I think it was standard where you had one trash and one recycle, and you had the small fee to add one more or the other. Is that the same?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the carts for the trash will have one color lid, and the trash for the recycle will have another. And stamped on that lid will have what's accepted in the recycling program. So in case somebody's not really sure, hey, is this plastic accepted? There'll be not only the number of the plastic on there, but it'll give them a picture of an example of what that would look like. So.
Do they really go to two different locations, recycling and trash?
They do,
Okay.
yes, yes.
I know a
And
lot of
there's a
people wonder
new,
about that.
Balcones Resources just opened up a brand-new state-of-the-art recycle processing center over here, and it's really high-tech. It's super nice.
Always
yes.
had my doubts. So.
And a lot of it, they recycle way more than previously, so, yes.
Scott, I know that as part of this, it'll require 2 readings of the ordinance, but afterwards, I would guess that we'll have a plan that we're going to put out to all residents to make them aware of the transition and how it'll occur.
Absolutely, and we'll be coordinating that closely with Frontier, because they'll provide, a lot of the materials in transition information for us to disseminate. But yes, we'll have widespread and frequent communications on the transition and how that will occur with residents.
In one of the areas that Ruben actually brought up that was a great point is that if I have automatic pay, that at some point I need to shut that off and we need to switch it to another provider. And so, it's a point that we'll need to include as part of our process in the transition. I'd certainly miss it. Anybody else? Any questions from anyone here tonight? Yes, sir. Sir, would you mind, Jim, would you mind speaking from the microphone? Everybody at home wants to hear you also.
Jim Manzo, Rangetree Woods. I'm just very curious, other than the $2 a month, has there been a problem with Republic? Because we've had it for, the longest time. They're prompt, they're neat. If you have a problem, you can call. In fact, I called once over a spillage, and a woman came out that day to see what the problem was and corrected it immediately. So why are we changing? Just the money?
I would say that back in April, we looked at a renewal for the existing agreement with Republic. They were going to propose an increase, and so as a result of that, we really thought that it would be good due diligence for us to open it up for a request for proposals to see who all was out there, the pricing and the capabilities of every company. I know, we received 5 responses, all of which could handle, the basic needs of the city. But the driving force was to conduct due diligence and see what the market said, basically. And we did, that's definitely a factor when we evaluated these. We have somebody that had a long-standing history, but ultimately, we just thought that this would be the most advantageous for the city. They initially proposed some additional flexibility and some what we thought would be some enhancements and additional logistical things to make things a little easier for citizens schedule-wise. And so that, among other things, was one of the reasons that we elected to choose them.
Clayton, I believe the way you stated it, we had a 2-year option available with Republic Services, and we were pursuing that. And if I remember right, Republic Services came back with terms that were outside of what was established as part of the contract in the 2-year option.
Correct.
Basically a higher price. And so as part of that, that was when we made the decision that we needed to go out and reopen this for bids.
Yeah.
And so that's probably the driving force. You mentioned price, but then beyond that, the group that really looked at this did a pretty thorough job. Well, not a pretty thorough, they did a thorough job in analyzing all of the providers that came forward. And so I think at that point it went beyond price. It became service and everything else related to the trash provider, and that is why they made the decision to go with Frontier.
Basically, we're getting more and paying less than Republic would charge us, and our services are improved, is the way I understand it.
Okay.
And Clayton, I think you said this, I want to confirm, although it's a 5-year term, if there's issues, it's something that can be looked on a yearly basis.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Kira Willoughby, I am a citizen of Fair Oaks. Will the bins be the same size as they are now, or are they going to be shrunk down smaller? They're
Same
the
size.
Same size, okay. I notify everybody in my HOA, since I'm the HOA president, what days and during the holidays that they are not going to be coming. So will that be provided to the city so you could put it on your website? Like Christmas, obviously they're not going to come Christmas. So how backed up does that get? And will they be recycling glass? Just curious, because Republic doesn't at this time. Thank you.
To answer your question, yes, we will be provided those holidays, and we have been provided those holidays, and they're the standard holidays that we're currently seeing, kind of a industry-wide. And as far as your question for recycling glass,
I heard yes.
oh, yes, okay, sorry, I just should have looked sooner instead of trying to find it myself, but yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? That then, could I get a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution of a franchise agreement with Frontier Texas Ventures LLC and the execution of all applicable documents by the city manager?
So moved.
Keith, and a second.
Second.
Emily, any other discussion from council? Then with the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clayton. Thanks for covering all those questions, too.
Oh,
Very good
thank you.
job. With that, we'll move on to our fourth consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and possible action on the first reading of an ordinance amending ordinance 2015-12, removing no vehicle stopping, standing, or parking on the 28,000 block of Chartwell Lane during school zone hours. Walk us through this one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Yeah, we were proposing an amendment to the ordinance 2015-12 concerning the parking regulations on Chartwell during the school zone. So originally, this was passed in November of 2015 and established a no stopping or standing or parking during school zone drop-off and pickup times, which is roughly about 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. This measure was put in place after complaints were received from the neighborhood regarding traffic flow past the entry to the school. And they were stopping there in the middle of the road and creating a single lane back and forth, which was a sight hazard for the kiddos that were walking from the neighborhood over to the school. In June of this year, we did receive a proposed amendment, basically, to the ordinance from one of the residents there that was involved in the initial process in 2015, narrowing the scope. So the original ordinance covers the entirety of Chartwell Lane, which is everywhere from Detail Corn all the way to the cul-de-sac. The resident explained some history behind it, the amount of kids they had at the time, and the scope of the ordinance was supposed to be just right there, the section of the bordering the school line, right there, up to that drainage ditch. So his proposed amendment was to move the 28,000 block, which is everything you see in green here from the cul-de-sac right about here, and maintaining the 29,000 block, which extends all the way out to Detail Corn. So Public Works Department, Mina Carroll, and some members of the PD met with several of the residents of Chartwell to go over this, hear some of the history behind it and the proposed amendment, and get some feedback from them. The feedback we got that they were in agreement with it, as it didn't compromise any of the safety of the neighborhood or the area in question. With the start of school being August 12th, the second reading of this amendment wouldn't be until August 18th. But that does not negate the current enforcement of the standing ordinance, which still encompasses 29,000 blocks. So with the start of school, the officers can still be there kind of educating those new parents on what they can and can't do and trying to dissuade them from driving down Chartwell Lane to avoid some of that backed up traffic right there on Chartwell. Furthermore, we are utilizing the SRO assigned to the school and the school itself to kind of help put that word out also. And we usually kind of give a little bit of a grace period unless we see you more than once, same day or next day you try it again, then you'll probably get a ticket, but there is a little bit of a grace period there. So we try to gain compliance more so than enforcement. And with that, we recommend that council approve this amendment, as it doesn't really affect the safety or the scope of the general intent of the original ordinance. Yes, sir.
Question. The, I guess, proposal came from the Chartwell neighborhood?
It came from a resident in Chartwell, yes.
Okay. And the no parking area is going to be reduced?
Yes, so the current ordinance right now encompasses all of Chartwell Lane, which is everywhere from Deeds Elkhorn all the way down to this cul-de-sac here.
Yeah.
The original ordinance encompasses the 28,000 block and the 29,000 block. The bend right there out of the cul-de-sac hasn't been an issue. Parents aren't parking there in the cul-de-sac and walking, a quarter mile over to the entrance to the school.
That was my next question. Was there any, I guess, I'm assuming there's no concerns by that neighborhood that this would just invite people to drive to the end and park there?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That doesn't really seem feasible, no.
Okay.
We did have an officer monitoring at the end of the school year last year. That was checking some vehicles that were coming by. And a lot of times when they see the officer parked there, they kind of just do the drive-by, come back, which is understandable. But we were finding that there was a number of vehicles that did not come back to the Chartwell neighborhood that were doing that. Everybody tries to avoid traffic when they can. We just want to make sure they're not violating the ordinance in the manner in which they are. So, and I believe our Public Works team has already replaced some of the signs that were dimmed out, indicating that's no parking zone during those time frames.
Thank you.
Primarily, Chief, it's only during the school drop-off and
Yes, sir.
pickup times.
Yes, sir. 7 to 9, 2 to 4, I believe. And it does not include, we'll cover that, it does not include any type of special events the school is having. So if they have after-school play or choir event where tends to be quite a bit of cars, it does not affect those times. So.
Any other questions from council? Good. Any questions from anyone here tonight? Topic. Then I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending ordinance 2015-12, removing no vehicle stopping, standing, or parking on the 28,000 block of Chartwell Lane during school zone hours. And could I get a second?
Second.
From Ruben. Any other discussion from council? With the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you all. Thanks, Chief. We'll move on to the fifth item tonight, which is the consideration and possible action on the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, Section 12.01-003 of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinance, reducing the speed limit to 20 miles per hour on Calcala Drive and Noble Art Drive. I'll turn it over to Grant.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Grant Watanabe, the Public Works Director for the city. And I'll be presenting the next two agenda items, which are related to the planned reopening of the Noble Ark and Dietz Elkhorn intersection. So if you recall, back at the last City Council meeting, an ordinance to permanently close the intersection was considered and ultimately postponed indefinitely. Council's direction to staff at that time was to find alternate means to increase traffic safety, to mitigate traffic concerns, and to collect timely and accurate data to be presented at a future council meeting. So working with the city's GEC, our general engineering consultant, the plan that you see in front of you is what staff is proposing. First, it's the removal of the temporary closure toward the top of the slide. Second, it involves the removal of the existing yield sign at the intersection of Noble Ark and Calcalo and the installation of stop signs to create a three-way stop. Third is a reduction of the speed limit from 30 to 20 miles per hour. We did look at the speed data both on Calcalo and Noble Ark and noted that the 85th percentile speed is somewhere between 24 and 26 miles per hour. But because of the lack of shoulders, the lack of a center line, and the presence of pedestrians, including school children, the reduction to 20 miles per hour is justifiable in this case. And fourth, after about 2 weeks of operation, once traffic related to the opening of school on August 12th kind of dies down, everything falls into a routine, staff does plan to deploy radar trailers to both Kaukalu and Noble Lark in order to obtain speed data and traffic counts. This data would be brought back to council, a future council meeting, and at that time we can decide whether additional traffic control measures are warranted. We believe the combination of these proposed traffic control measures and the redistricting related to the opening of the Viola Wilson Elementary School will have some impact on the reduction of cut-through traffic to Van Rob. Now, normally an ordinance requires 2 readings and a publication in the Bernie Star in order to be enforceable. However, under the Home Rule Charter in section 3.06 F4, if the city council determines an emergency exists related to the public peace, health, and safety, they can require immediate action to be taken with a 2/3 majority vote. And with the first day of school scheduled for August 12th, immediate action would be necessary to ensure that these proposed traffic control measures are in place and that they can be effectively enforced. A copy of the ordinance changing the speed limit to 20 miles per hour is attached to this agenda item, and a copy of the ordinance removing the yield sign and installing stop signs is attached to the next agenda item. And if either of these ordinances or both of these ordinances are approved tonight under emergency provisions in the charter, then the ordinances must be ratified at the next council meeting, and the ordinances would expire after 61 days unless extended. So that kind of gives you a sense of the time frame for kind of making a decision whether these new signs would be permanent or not, 61 days.
Any quick questions from council?
So I'll address both. It's temporary in nature because this is an emergency approval, and it's only be good for 60 days. On the 61st day, it expires, or we would have to extend it.
Unless extended, or a normal ordinance is passed through the normal 2 readings to make it permanent.
And I know there's been a lot of talk about traffic volume being the issue. Were there any proposed alternatives other than lower speed and 3-way stop that would actually reduce the volume?
So these were the measures that could be accomplished between now and August 12th. We already have the stop signs and the speed limit signs on hand. In order to implement any other solution, we wouldn't meet that August 12th deadline.
Grant, are we going to be able to collect data during that time period? Do we have the ability to collect volume data of traffic and speed limits through that without hiring an outside consultant? Do we have the tools and facilities to do that internally?
We do.
You mentioned the new elementary school. Can you remind us what the numbers were approximately for the folks that were coming through that area that would now not need to come through that area because they're going to be going to the new elementary school?
So I don't have the exact numbers.
Okay.
Chief of Police might. Thank you.
I did some research on there, and it kind of give from some and take from the other. So the new middle elementary school in Bernie basically took everything that's on the eastbound side of 10 that was attending Van Rob, and they now go to the new elementary school. However, there's been some pretty extensive growth right there from Napa Oaks and Ridge Creek with the new apartments right there. So it kind of give from some, take from the other. It's about the same attendance rate. So.
Okay.
We did have one individual that signed up to speak as part of Citizens to be Heard that wanted to speak during the presentation of this. Mr. Dopke, is that correct? So even though we're in the agenda item, I'd ask, could you limit your comments to 5 minutes,
Yes.
please?
I am Chris Depke. I am a resident of Fair Oaks Ranch for 31 years, and I live at the far end of Noble Ark Drive, 3 houses down from the Parkway. Some of my questions have already been answered by the presentation, but I am here to recommend the disapproval of the proposed ordinances and instead commission a new study of traffic on Noble Ark and Calcalo Drives in detail and in accordance with traffic engineering practices. This should be done with the intersection open and no changes to existing traffic control devices, or in essence, free-flowing traffic. I base this on observations and questions. Did I hear correct that the legacy engineering firm was consulted on these changes that are proposed? Or was it the staff? So I got that answered. And the Viola Wilson School has been taken into account. And this is the plan to conduct a timely study is to put out devices the city owns, but only on Noble Ark and Calcalo. What about front gate? Are they going to be impacted? We've heard from them tonight too. Technically, concerning stop signs, the Texas Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is the Bible for stop signs and speed limit signs, normally considers a volume of 2,000 units a day from all approaches to an intersection to warrant a stop sign, or possibly the line of sight issues of an intersection that you can't see around. Do these apply? I haven't heard specific volume numbers. There was some confusion about the speeds in one part of the documentation, that 24 to 26 mile per hour was an average speed, and in another document it was the 85th percentile speed. So I think that was clarified because it does make a difference. And the data that we do have on Noble Ark and Calcalo, how old is it actually? We need current data. We need a current baseline for the situation. We've been going round and round about the impact, but we don't know what it was before the temporary closure in any detail. So I suggest we disapprove these ordinances, open the intersection, and do a good study, a professional study, which I think Legacy Engineering could probably do for us. And just in general, it's been mentioned before, do these devices affect volume? No, they constrain speed, not volume. And the backups will just be at different places. So, but if you do want to approve these devices, I have a couple of comments in that if a multi-way stop application is adapted as proposed, the stop signage should include all-way stop under each sign in accordance with the manual on traffic uniform devices. And I would suggest that they also include enhanced conspicuity, good word, in accordance with section 2A.15, which would be like the flags we've seen on, or in some cases, we want to spend the money, LED flashing lights. And also on Exhibit A of the diagram, I noticed that the speed limit sign that was proposed coming off of Detail Corn onto Noble Ark Drive seemed to be much further away from the intersection than they are on coming off of Fair Oaks Parkway. So in conclusion, I consider installing new traffic control devices to be really jumping the gun. Their justification is questionable. I recommend you not approve these two ordinances, and instead commission a new effort, possibly with Legacy Engineering Group, to study traffic on Noble Ark and Calcalo Drives in detail in accordance with traffic engineering practices. And this is especially warranted because of the opening of Viola Wilson Elementary School. The traffic will be a lot different than it was in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for being here tonight. Was there anybody else that didn't get an opportunity to sign up as part of citizens to be heard that wanted to speak on this topic? Sir?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, my name is Eric Beilstein. I am a resident of Fair Oaks. I live on Royal Turf Circle, which is a little cul-de-sac off of Noble Ark. Thank you for recognizing that there is a problem in the Noble Ark Calcala neighborhood and discussing tonight potential ways of mitigating it. My wife and I have lived in this neighborhood since before the temporary closure was installed and experienced summer traffic much as it is now with the closure in place. While during the school year, everything changes during drop-off and pickup times, with some Noble Ark residents being unable to get out of their driveways because of the backup of traffic. While the neighborhood feels the street is 10 times safer since the closure was put in place, we also realize there is a process to make such a drastic change permanent, and it can take some more data to convince citizens and council members that haven't experienced the issue personally. While ideally we'd like the temporary closure to be made permanent right away, we think that the best way is to collect traffic data would be to open the intersection with no other measures in place, so a baseline reading could be made for the increased traffic, at least for a few weeks or months. Once a baseline was established, some possible mitigation measures could be tried to see if traffic was indeed reduced, and if so, is it enough? One such measure might be to install signs that restricted left turns onto Dietz from Noble Ark during peak school drop-off and pickup hours, say 6:45 to 8:30 and 2:30 to 4 o'clock, with similar signage on Dietz restricting the right turn onto Noble Ark for the same timeframes. As for the proposed measures on the agenda tonight, I'm opposed to the reduced speed limits for the following reasons. The issue is traffic volume, specifically bunched up over relatively short time periods, not speed. Reduced speeds will not eliminate the number of cars that end up stacking. Number two, the serpentine geometry of the streets naturally keep traffic speeds to be less than already posted. The average speed is well below the 30 miles per hour posted already, and reduced speed limits aren't really effective or needed during bumper-to-bumper traffic. Being the only two streets in the city with the posted speed limit less than 30 miles per hour is both confusing to motorists and I think unwarranted. Currently, the speed limit is just fine. And if I can speak to the next measure just to make it timely.
Go ahead.
I'm opposed to removing the current yield sign and making the official three-way stop at Cocalo for the following reason. Introducing a stop at a T intersection will only push the backup of cars to both intersections and do nothing to reduce the traffic volume during peak periods. Installing a full-time three-way stop as a way to control traffic, mainly during 3 hours a day, seems unwarranted. The intersection is just fine without the school and potential Lemon Creek traffic shortcut. According to Texas engineering standards, a stop sign may be warranted when one of the following conditions exist. Intersection of a less important road where application of a normal right-of-way rule is unduly hazardous. Street entering a through highway or street. Unsignalized intersection in a signalized area. And other intersections where a combination of high speed, restricted view, and serious accident record indicates a need for control by a stop sign. In fact, studies have found that pedestrian safety, particularly small children, is decreased at unwarranted multi-stop sign locations. Pedestrians expect vehicles to stop at stop signs, but many vehicles run the unnecessary stop sign. I don't believe the conditions exist during the school drop-off and pickup times, but certainly not during the rest of the day. While the neighborhood appreciates the distinction that an emergency exists related to public peace, health, and safety, we're not sure the two measures that are proposed will make a difference and certainly should not be installed before any baseline data is established with which to measure effectiveness. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Was there anybody else that had comments that they would like to make? Any additional questions from council?
I think I do. If passed, is the 60 days from today, or is it from installation?
It would
From
be
today.
from today.
From today? I find this pretty difficult because, on one hand, I think people can recognize that these measures aren't going to reduce volume. On the other hand, there's people that have, I guess, commented or come forward and saying that you need to try something else before full closure. So it's kind of like we're stuck in the middle here. And then other people think we know what that street is like when it's fully open. But then other people want more data with it open, current data without it open and without these measures in place. So can the measures be passed but not installed? Like wait a week. That way barriers could be removed. We'd have a week to get car counts, speed data, and then put them in and then get additional car counts and speed data. I don't even know if that's possible, but I was just curious.
Well, the plan was not to remove the barrier and put up the new signs until August 9th. What you're asking is to remove the barrier sooner? Is that
No.
what I understand?
I would also suggest that we don't remove the barrier during the first week of school, because I think everyone can agree the first week of school is chaotic already, and people are establishing their routines, dropping off kids, taking pictures. And so I was going to throw out there that wait a week. If the barrier is being removed, don't do it the first week of school. Let patterns get established and traffic calm down and people get into the routines. In that first week, we should be able to visually or some other way recognize the impact of Van Raab being rezoned. And so we'd be able to see whether or not there is a less amount of traffic on Dietz Elkhorn in that first week, and then open up the barrier. And then whether we take data with or without these signs in place, that's my question. Confusing, it may have been confusing, but I'm just kind of thinking out loud, because this is
I had that same question. Only because I've spoken with several people too about, this whole issue, and a lot of folks have raised, well, what is the baseline, especially now with the new school opening? What is that change going to bring, if any? So we don't really have a baseline with the new elementary school being open. So that was my question too. Is there a way to okay this, but not do it right away? And see if we can kind of get some sort of baseline and then implement this and collect data from there. So that way we can have a better informed decision on really what is the impact.
I want to ask you a question, Ruben. So are you saying that, so let school start, get the traffic patterns for that first week or so, then remove the barriers and put these temporary measures up, or remove the barriers and leave them open for a couple of weeks, then put the temporary measures up?
So I'm trying to accommodate
Yeah, I'm just trying to
multiple
understand.
opinions.
Yeah.
Because we have opinions of don't open it, opinions of open it without any measures, opinions of open it, but, study it without measures, study it with measures. And so how can that all be done within a 60-day window of this being a temporary measure? And so before really this timeline came up, I thought to change traffic patterns back onto that street the first week of school, which is crazy already, I would say wait a week. After a week, if we're gonna remove the barrier, I would say we have the option to open it without these measures in place, collect data however we can collect data, wait a week or two, put these in place, collect data however we're gonna collect data, and then we'd be able to see if Dietz Elkhorn is improved with the rezoning of Van Raab with the barrier in place. We would have data with the barrier open, no measures in place, conceivably, and then barrier open, measures in place, conceivably. Whether or not, I don't even know if that's doable, and who's collecting the data, how much that costs, I don't know, but this is just me thinking out loud.
I like it.
Is that can you approve an ordinance for a future implementation, Dan?
Yeah, well, the effective date of an ordinance that you adopt is determined within the ordinance itself. So this was put on here as an emergency measure. What you're talking about would mean it's really not an emergency, and it would go through the regular process, I mean, is what you're suggesting. So, but that's up to the council, so, yeah. But the effective date for what you're approving is set within the ordinance itself. So it doesn't have to be effective upon approval or upon approval and publication. And we've done it before, where the effective date is in the future. But if that's really what you want to do, you're going to have another meeting as well. So there's no reason to even take action tonight if that's what the majority of the council wants to do.
I think that the one issue with that, though, Dan, and my question would be, is what does that change about the 60-day temporariness?
If it's not adopted on an emergency basis, then that doesn't even come into play. That's solely if.
Right,
Right.
and that's my concern, is that it doesn't, I think right now, having something that says that it's going to be just temporary is important to a lot of people. And so that is my concern.
But you don't have to adopt something as an emergency in order to do that. That's just the provision that's in your charter, that timeline. That
Can we put
you
can we
always
put
have
an
the-
end date then in an
Yes.
ordinance? Okay.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
So Dan, also, we could, going back to this one here, the 60-day emergency thing, we could implement this as presented, and then at the end of the 60 days, we could, well, I was gonna say give some
Expires
time,
unless it's
to see normal traffic flows without those, but then you've already installed the signs, right? The signs are already up.
So, so the
point.
way your charter reads, and again, this is specific to your charter, is that unless you extend it, it expires at the end of 61 days. Right?
What-
So, but
Yeah.
again, all of this stuff is programmed into your charter if something is taken on an emergency measure. We have complete flexibility on how we adopt our ordinances, what the effective date is, and you can repeal an ordinance at any time. Any ordinance that is in your code can be repealed at any time. And so you're not losing any flexibility if you don't approve this the way it is written. It was Scott and I talked about this. It was my suggestion, if there's a true safety concern about the start of school, this was the only way to get something effective and enforceable prior to the start of school. If we don't have those same concerns and we want to study it more, there are a multitude of ways to do that without the way it's written in this particular ordinance.
Is there something that says that Scott has to take down that barrier before school starts? It can stay, right? So conceivably, we could do what Ruben has suggested, is leave it closed for that first week, let people establish their routines not being able to go that way. And then, at maybe the next council meeting, we come back with the ordinance as Dan has, said we could do. And just have a regular ordinance, but have an end date in it. And then we can have the barrier removed after the first week, let it have, a few weeks, 2-3 weeks, whatever, with nothing, get the data there. Have the new regular ordinance with an end date. And then have the temporary measures there, get to the end date, talk about all the data that we've collected, and make a decision, right?
We can make it stop signs, speed limit, we can make it temporary in nature through ordinance rather than emergency passage.
Absolutely.
And the signs that go in will be temporary in nature? Or are they actually,
Well, I think,
They are effective until you say they are not.
right. So you could put,
Yeah,
Is that?
hole dug, cemented in,
Or are they like the wooden ones that you just kind of set out there?
No, we would put a standard post and hardware.
but in this, speed limit signs are already there.
swap those.
All we do is be swapping out the signs. And right now, there's a yield sign on one of the streets. So what we're talking about is putting 2 additional posts into the ground for the stop signs. And from council, so one of the discussions is, can we put a limit on this indefinitely? If we want to pass an ordinance and put an end date on that ordinance, we could do that. That's no problem. Emily, when you were talking, I mean, any ordinance that we pass requires 2 readings of the ordinance. So tonight, we have an ordinance presented to us. If not passed as an emergency ordinance, it would require a second reading. If we waited to do this until the 15 August meeting, that would be the first reading. The second reading wouldn't be till the first week of September, if we were doing it by ordinance.
Right, correct. And so I think that's what we were saying is if we go ahead and leave the barriers up for the first week.
Observe.
The first week doesn't end until after.
16th.
Right, we'll have our first meeting before the Friday of the first week of school.
Yes.
So we'll have had that first reading. In the meantime, we can take down, after the first week, take down the barrier, have the 2 weeks with no anything, collect the data, and at the second reading, we can pass it and have them put into place. So really, it's only a couple of weeks that it is open, which is enough, right? Get your data.
I would be concerned about using only a 2-week period for collection of data.
Okay, well then we can we don't have to do the second reading right away, right? I mean, we can space it out.
And to say that we don't have any data, I mean, we do have some data that we collected traffic counts, and we know that the traffic counts were very high, especially during school drop-off and pickup time, going down Noble Art to Calcalo, at Dietz Elkhorn and at Fair Oaks Parkway, when the road was open. Do we have detailed analysis? I'm not sure what that would do for us. I mean, really observation and watching the traffic patterns to see what happens is really what we need to know. In some of the discussion tonight, for me, we talked about volume, and volume is a concern, no doubt, because we talked about the amount of traffic during pickup drop-off times. But I think there's also a safety issue related to this too, because of the amount of traffic and because of the speeds. And one thing for me is the stop signs and the speed limits do provide additional traffic control measures, and a reduced speed limit will provide increased safety measures for the road. And some of the issues that were brought up in the letters that were read, we're talking about, children out playing, children walking, or individuals walking on the sides of the road and cars speeding by. I do believe that some of these measures, they're going to provide additional safety measures for those roads. Now, is it going to reduce volume? And I don't know that we'll know that until we implement them. It could be enough of a deterrent to tell people to drive down the Parkway and go to Dietz Elkhorn, or to stay on Old Fred Road and just come in that direction. You talked a little bit about the school traffic, and no doubt that the majority of the traffic, well, we haven't interviewed all the drivers going down Calcalo and Noble Art, but I did have the data from last year. And for the people that were outside the city, there were 550 children that attend Van Robb Elementary last year that are outside the city that go to Van Robb. And so what we don't have is the data, how many ride the bus and how many have 2 children per household that go to the same school. So given this, I don't know, they had 200 people sign up to ride the bus. So that'd reduce it to 350. And if you took a number of those that were double household, maybe you're looking at 400, 425 separate vehicles that would be driving, or no, that's not wrong, sorry,
200.
225, which was fairly close to the numbers that we were tracking before we closed Noble Art. So we know it's a lot of traffic.
I would just be interested to know what change, if any, and I know Chief spoke to this a little bit, that there has been some growth, but really with the new elementary school opening and that whole side of 10 now going to the new elementary school, how is that going to affect volume?
Yeah, based on this, it was about 100 students. I didn't include those in the numbers that I just gave you. 100 students that would attend Van Rob this year will be diverted to Viola Wilson.
And I don't know that I'm comfortable with an extended time period where that road is open and nothing else is in place, because it is a safety issue. It's been documented. We've heard the stories. And so I think that data has been collected. We know what the volume is. We know there's safety issues with nothing in place. So if we are going to open the barricade and then test it on volume with nothing else in place before we put in these measures, I don't think it should be that long, because I don't want to risk a child being hit, mailboxes being taken out, just to study it a little bit more.
It seems like, though, because you mentioned this, Mayor, that, I mean, this whole issue got started because of the volume of traffic that was going down the road, you know, in that area. And so we do have data. It's a year old. That's not old data considerably. We do have data of when the road was open. So we did our own counts. We did that. We also went out and hired people to spend money to assess it right after we closed about the time. So opening it back up just to collect more data, I'm not sure gets us anywhere, because that was the genesis of the whole issue to begin with. And then I believe y'all collected this data by your machines that count the cars, and y'all observe the cars prior to any of the temporary closures. So I'm kind of like you. When you look back, we've done several things. We got this data, and then we decided to do a temporary closure to see how it affected. And we have that information now. We know what was before. We temporarily closed it, and now we've got people on both sides of the fence that want it open and not open. Now we've got a possible way of maybe addressing it for both parties by this temporary measure. Seems like, to your point, Ruben, that would probably bring some safety enhancements to the area. And we see what happens here, since it's only 60 days. You know, we're talking a short term. But it just seems to me that we've got the data for the open road. So, and we've closed it, we got the data. If we do this modified, I don't know what we call this, modified temporary traffic control measures, then we'll have that data. So then we can just sit down and look at all of it and say, all right, what do we have here? That's what it appears to me.
I suppose you could do it in the reverse too, and see, right? And then at the end of the 60 days, if you want, at that point, if we're like, hey, it's not so bad, let's see it with it totally open, we could do that.
Honestly, it doesn't have to go the whole 60 days.
Right.
If we go out there, I mean, it's going to be observed.
Sure.
And if we go out there and we see big long lines at the stop signs that are backing up, and this isn't really meeting the requirements of what we wanted, there's no reason we can't just bring it back to council and rescind that ordinance and remove the stop signs.
I'm still of the opinion that if we put these temporary measures in place, that we still wait a week. Let things calm down for the first week and then test it.
I like that idea. I do like that idea.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. And everybody at home wants to hear you too.
They don't, but that's okay. My name is Samantha Cook, and I live in the woods. Can you help me understand what it accomplishes by waiting the week to do what?
My personal experience as a father who takes their children to school, to me, in my experience, the first week is chaotic. People, either new parents who are going to school for the first time, don't know what time they need to leave or what route they need to go. And so I just personally believe that the closure's been in place for, what, 7 months? And so the returning parents kind of know what to do, but the first week, to me, is always a little bit nuts. And so let people get used to getting back in the routine of taking their kids to school, dropping them off, leaving, getting to work on time, doing all that stuff. And once things have sort of settled down and everyone in the city's in the routine, then open it back up.
So I understand reducing the speed, and I understand wanting to put a stop sign in place, but I don't understand waiting the week. And I understand what you just said, but I don't see how that accomplishes safety within the neighborhood.
I think it is more of a volume thing.
Yeah.
I think it is, because if you have, especially if you have new parents, it would encourage them to go the other route. So when it is
So they'll
open,
continue to go the other route?
sure, or perhaps.
I don't think that that's true.
We don't know. Who knows? There's no way to know. But it's possible that it could encourage people to go that route as opposed to going
And the other
neighborhood.
the other thing that came to mind when I thought about this was a lot of the Van Rob families complained of the backup on Dietz going to and from the school. Now that it's been rezoned, I don't know how many cars were coming from the west side neighborhoods and using Dietz. Let's assume a large majority of them were only going down Dietz to get to Van Rob. They're not using that anymore because they're going to Viola Wilson. And so in that 1 week, maybe Dietz Elkhorn isn't that bad going to and from Van Rob. Maybe it's worse, we don't know. And so I think that gives 5 days to compare how traffic was on Dietz going to and from Van Rob last year versus this first week with it being rezoned.
So I appreciate you explaining that. Respectfully, I disagree, but I appreciate the explanation.
Of course, sir.
Yeah, I'm Martin Reed. I live at the corner of Noble Ark and Cantor Circle. So although our address is not Noble Ark, we're on it. So I guess I had concerned about the timing of the testing, like waiting a week after school's opened and then opening it up. My concern was that there may not be enough time for people that have already started using alternate routes to figure out, hey, it's open now, because there's not going to be, in many people's minds, they won't realize that it's been opened and they might miss it. And so my concern would be that the 2-week time frame may not be enough for them to actually start using the shortcut, which still is not, will not be in Google Maps. It won't be, that's going to take some time. And so there may be, I just be concerned that we might not get a reading of the total impact of it being open, if it's just a 2-week time frame. And I had one other question, and that is when they measure the rate of the number of vehicles, do they use this thing that has a little, here's your speed? Is that what you use to determine the speed on the road, or is it, you said you'll be checking that. Is that the mechanism that they use, the one that says you're going 34? The reason I'm asking is I'd be concerned with that as a method of checking the speed, because in effect, by having the speed that they're going displayed, it's a traffic control measure itself. What you need is something that measures the speed of people, that doesn't display it so everybody, because that's, in effect, you're changing their speed by having it displayed. And if they see that it's up there, they'll slow down.
Yeah, that display can be turned on and off.
Okay, but I'm just the devil's in the details in terms of knowing exactly what the speeds are. But yeah, okay, that was it.
I think primarily when we were talking about putting the speed trailer out there, it was really to get traffic counts, the number of vehicles that were traveling the road. But good point that you made, it does collect the speeds of those cars as we go by too, so.
And yeah, right, okay.
And I also, to clarify, when the temporary blockage is reopened, it's not council decision, it's staff decision, correct? So I was only making suggestions.
Thank you, sir.
But I appreciate any and all guidance. For
Do we want to put the
Alice
motion
would-
on the table at least
Table,
and then
yeah.
talk?
Yeah, then we can have discussion. Is there any other comments from anybody here tonight? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Christine Keggy. I live off of Noble Ark on a cul-de-sac. And in listening to everything, I just wanted to make a few points. The problem that I understand from my neighbors is the volume and not really the speed. So the speed limit being changed is not really changing the amount of cars that are going down the street. And being in the neighborhood, I need to drive 20 miles an hour every morning, night, no matter if it's school hours or after hours, it doesn't matter. That's limiting the people that live in the neighborhood. We have to slow down a lot more than we would on as it is currently. And if the idea is that we're trying to prevent people speeding from school when the volume is high, which I don't think even people are speeding at that time. The roads are too backed up, right? So what are we solving by reducing the speed? And if you do go forward with reducing the speed, would you consider making the speed limit only on the portion of Noble Ark to Cacalo, because those are the areas in which all the people are coming through? The concern is with kids getting on buses. And would you consider leaving the remainder of Noble Ark as it is, because that's not handling most of the traffic? That's all.
I also think that's a good point.
Interesting, most of the feedback that we're getting about basically reopening the roads in Noble Ark and Cacalo are coming from the Noble Ark and Cacalo residents. That's what I take from this. I mean, we received a lot of feedback prior to this that from Noble Ark and Cacalo residents that they wanted some measures taken on those roads to limit volume and provide a safer environment for the people that live on those roads. And even during the time frame that the road has been closed, we've received feedback that talks about what a safer environment and greater neighborhood it is now with the road closed. And so what we talked about at the last council meeting is that to make a final decision on closing the road, that should be our last possible solution in creating a safety environment for the people that live on Noble Ark and Cacalo. And so what we wanted to find were other traffic control measures that could limit traffic and provide a safer environment for those residents. And so that's what's been brought forward tonight. And I was ready to move forward with them to the point that I want to see the impact. I want to see what it does for the neighborhood. Does it provide a deterrent? And does it provide a safer environment at 20 miles an hour with a stop sign for the residents that live in the neighborhood? Maybe somewhat close to what we've done with blockage of the road. And I don't know that we'll know that full answer unless we give it a shot.
I think we got here because there was comments or criticism that nothing else was done short of closing the road.
Right.
So,
Well, this measure is temporary, and we can shorten the time period. This is a way for us to see it. We've seen what it's done when it's fully opened, and we've seen how it's been fully closed. And this modified proposal gives us additional view, and then we lay it all out on the table, like I said earlier, and assess it and see where we go from there. So I feel like it's a good route to try. It's not permanent,
right,
by any shape of the imagination. So,
and ma'am, I understand your comments. I mean, it does. It creates a 20-mile-an-hour environment for all the residents there. But it also puts that for anybody that's going to travel from outside the city and use those roads, they'd have to travel 20 miles an hour also. It's all about creating a safer environment. You know, if Keith said, I mean, we look at what everybody said, it's temporary in nature, and if we look at this for, you know, a 60-day time period and it has little to no impact, then, you know, maybe it's time to go back to the drawing board and figure out, hey, this isn't working. We need to come up with something else. That,
I think we should put the motion on
Put
the
a motion
table.
out there.
okay. Well, So can I get a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 12.01, General Provisions, Section 12.01.003 of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, reducing the speed limit on Calcalo Drive and Noble Ark Drive to 20 miles per hour.
So moved.
From Keith. Second?
Second.
Ali. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Right now, the motion as written is to improve the ordinance that is included in the packet, which is written as an emergency ordinance.
Right.
A roll call.
Okay?
And the time ticking starts today if we vote yes. However,
We don't have to wait that long.
we don't have to wait that long, number one, but number two, if we strongly recommend waiting until the second week of school, we can still do that?
Let's consider that as a separate item, and we'll come back to that when you're talking about implementation.
Right.
But you're
Right.
really talking about
Right.
removal of the barricade.
Right, but I just want to make sure, if I vote yes on this, when do those signs go up? And when does that barricade come down?
So if you want a different effective date than what is in the written ordinance, that would need to be part of the motion and second and vote. If you want the effective date of what your action is, you would have to state that different effective date. The other thing is that it's written that if it passes by 2/3 majority of those present, it's an emergency measure. If it passes but not by 2/3, it still passes, but it will come back for a second reading, just like a regular ordinance.
Right, at the next meeting. At the next meeting,
What's
correct?
2/3 of 4, because I'm bad at math.
3.
This is like partial.
2.33 or something.
Oh, Lord. Do we need, then my question is, do we need, how do we do this? Do-
The removal of the barrier is not the subject of this motion, so it doesn't, there is no time
So we
ticking
can
on
still,
that.
okay, so we can put all this stuff up but still leave the, okay, got it.
Conceivably,
I
yeah.
see it, yep.
So right now is written, the emergency order, the emergency ordinance would be effective today.
I got it, I'm
If
good.
we- if
I'm
we
on
On
board.
speed only.
Right, got it.
Speed only.
Or stop, like, yeah, for this one,
Well,
yes.
right now we're
stop
doing
signs.
speed.
Yep, mm-hmm, good.
All right, so any other discussion?
Nope.
So all in favor of approval?
No,
of the-
sir.
Oh,
It's
that's
going to be a
right.
roll call vote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I knew
So,
that.
Yes, sir.
Just
I'll be
testing her.
calling each council member's name, and if you could say yes, if you approve, and no, if you do not.
Because we're approving as an emergency ordinance.
Right, this
it
is the
requires a roll-
60-day thing.
Requires a
Got
roll
it.
call vote.
Okay. So Mayor Maxton,
Yes.
Councilmember Stroop,
Yes.
Councilmember Roden,
Yes.
and Councilmember Olvera.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. We have 4 in the affirmative, so it passes.
So the emergency ordinance is approved. Okay? I tell you what, how about, Dan, as part of this, can we move on to the stop sign and we'll talk about it? And then can we have a short discussion on the barricades since it's really related to
You
process.
can, as part of your discussion on this item, you can, of course, discuss the barricades. Yeah.
Good discussion. With that, we'll move on to our last consideration item tonight, which is a consideration and the possible action on the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, Section 12.01.002 of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinance, establishing stop signs at the intersection of Noble Ark and Calcalo Drive and removal of a yield sign from said intersection. I don't know, does anybody need any further presentation on?
No.
Council member have any further questions related to the stop signs?
No, I'm good now.
Since the question was asked, would they just be standard stop, or will there be additional signage that say all stop, or, you know, what is it gonna look like?
There'll be a standard stop sign on a post with a little three-way stop sign below it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grant, correct me if I'm wrong, but anytime we install a new stop sign, we put up flags or something.
Yeah, new stop
When
signs, they
they're
have little
first
flags on
installed.
the corners. We typically put that up as well.
I was alert residents that it's new.
Would there be a sign to say there's a stop sign coming? Because I've seen that before. Would y'all be putting that up too, like before the stop sign?
That wasn't part of the plan, but it
Okay.
can be done if that's something you'd like to
Just
see.
because of it's new.
I think that's, if that's gonna be considered, it's probably more important on a stop sign approaching from Fair Oaks up Calcalo and then approaching from Dietz to that same intersection. Because the volume is those two stretches. I don't think necessarily you have to warn people driving all the way down from Noble Ark from the Parkway, but unless you want to remain consistent, warn all sides.
And a lot of times we use the message board trailers to provide that same notification as well.
And I guess just for reiteration, like with the 20 miles an hour, this is under temporary emergency, 60 days can be less if we find that it's just really not effective at all.
Accurate?
All accurate.
And will there be any, with the speed and the stop signs, will there be any early enforcement, or I don't even know if we want to direct PD resources to that, but, or we just leave it up and hope people follow it?
Yeah, whenever we put a new stop sign up, PD normally has a grace period. I'm not sure how long that grace period is, whether just hand out warnings, but
Okay.
it is part of it.
Anything else? Any other questions from anybody here tonight? I'll come back to you, sir.
Could you consider the restriction on turnage and turning? I know that what Grant had said is that these were the measures because of the time frame of opening of school that could be done in this timely fashion. But at a previous council meeting, there was discussion of restricted left turn. A lot of discussion. Is that still on the table? That's the only one I personally think would actually reduce traffic. I don't think the other ones do. I think that the stop signs, people are they may avoid. It's just going to be kind of a pain. And there's times where that intersection has no cars. It could be a couple hours. It's the two windows, and as someone had said, if you're restricting all traffic there for all residents because of two windows, I'm trying to solve the problem, and the problem, I think, potentially could be solved by the restricted turn. So I just want to see if that's still on the table, because that one, I think, could actually have some effect.
Well, my understanding, all measures are still on the table. And yes, it was something that we considered. I think what you proposed was a time limit per day. I think one of the concerns with that is how to enforce it.
Well, that's the same thing with speed limits. How do you enforce it? Someone's going to go 22 miles an hour. Right now, they're only driving 24 miles an hour.
Okay.
So all things are up to your personal thing. If you see that, and if there's occasional enforcement on a restricted turn, I think you just at least have a chance of getting those people who are honest and kind of abiding, but I don't think the other things are gonna be a benefit, but I think that restricted turn could potentially have some reduced traffic benefits, which the other ones don't. The other ones are gonna reduce perhaps safety, I mean help safety perhaps, segment the traffic, but it's not gonna reduce any traffic. Because you have a stop sign there, and that's not gonna stop me from having a shortcut. Having 20 miles an hour, then I'll drive a little slower, but right now people drive that slow anyway. It's a very curved road. You don't drive very fast on it. So 30 miles an hour, no one drives 30 there.
So your original question, is it still on the table? Yes.
Okay.
I think we even looked at the permanent left turn or right turn option only on Dietz Elkhorn from Noble Ark. So if you were coming up Noble Ark to Dietz Elkhorn access, it would be permanent right turn only and no right turn available from Dietz onto Noble Ark.
And the reason I was saying during those times is kind of like you're trying to please as many people as you can. And by restricted, it means that you're affecting that little group of the Van Rob without affecting more people who might go through that neighborhood. So it's, trying to be accommodating to do it. It's kind of like the closure. I think that's the right answer, but I think the community feels that's a big ask. So you should try everything you can to try to stop that.
Sure.
But I think that a restricted might be at least helpful to people who might want to make that left turn in other times during the day, but try to target those school parents.
So, did you want to?
Oh, hold on, I have another gentleman that.
Hello, my name's George Geiser. I live at the corner of Fair Oaks Parkway and Calcallo. I've measured that street, and that street's less than 24 foot wide going down Calcallo from the Parkway to Noble Ark. All right, there's no good center striping on there. There's 3 big curves in that road as you go on it. If we're gonna put in the stop signs, we need to make sure that we get some striping put in down there at the intersection so people know where to stop and do the pavement marking down there. So that was my 2 cents.
That's a good point. Thank you, sir.
Also, I think they, at the last meeting, they recommended that the street stay permanently closed. They said it might cost $5,000 to put a gate in. I don't know what we're gonna spend on this study. I'll spend $5 for the gate.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to know, if you open up the road when school's out, and since the new school is open, so Viola Wilson's open now, so we haven't seen the way traffic moves through that road, when the new districting is done. So if you open it and you implement the measures of speed limit and stop sign, you're gonna be studying the current school districting based on, like, my point is, you're not studying what the roads would be like if they were just left at 30 miles per hour, no stop sign. You're not studying that with the new districting to see if traffic is moving. You know what I mean? Like, you're implementing 2 changes. One, the district has changed, and second, you're doing speed limits and stop signs. So how do you know what it's like with just the redistricting? Is it gonna change anything?
So I think we have some of the numbers right prior to, from last year's closure. And I think the discussion we were having before about waiting on removing the barrier until after the first week or so is to capture kind of how it would be with the new redistricting if it was still closed too, right? So we can have that information if it came to a discussion of possibly a permanent closure. And then because of the safety concern is why we're looking, I think, at trying this out before doing just opening it up free and clear of everything.
But is there a plan to, after that, then take down signs and then study it at
I
30
think
miles an hour?
I think this is right now, and this is just me talking, but I think right now the idea is to just get the data, see what it is, and see if there is a continued need. If there isn't a continued need, I mean, if it's like, wow, traffic's way different, we don't need anything, open it up. Or, wow, it's way worse. Or, I mean, right now we don't know what it's going to be. So I think that the idea is just see what we can find out now. And then, like Greg said, everything is still on the table. There's nothing that's not on the table. So.
I think,
And to his point, which he just brought up, like, the issue is the volume and
Right.
the turning on that road during school hours, just like there's restrictions on Chartwell and during school hours at Fair Oaks Ranch Elementary. Why can't there be restrictions on this road, which is where we're receiving a lot of school traffic? Why can't there be restrictions there that just target that time frame? It's like 45 minutes to an hour long.
Right.
And that actually deals with the real issue. That solves safety.
But I think one of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to figure it out, right? And we've done we saw before the closure, then we closed it, saw what that is, and then this is another method to see. So, as the mayor said, we're still assessing what's the best solution here. So we got to try something. We can't just leave the temporary up there forever, and we can't just open it completely. So I think the good news is this is a short-term test, and we see what happens. And if, to Emily's point, if it's worse or less, then we come back here and assess it, and the staff will come give us their feedback.
And it may be that we go with a no left turn on
Right.
Dietz during this time and this time, or right turn onto Noble Ark this time or this time, It may come back to that.
Cook.
Josh Cook, Fair Oaks resident. I won't take 15 minutes this time. Quick. The bigger issue is that people can't get out of the school. The reason people are going down Noble Ark and Calcalo is because they get stuck in traffic on the western edge. I don't know, one of the traffic calming measures would be how do you get folks in and out of the school a little bit more efficiently? And I haven't heard that on the table, and that might be part of the workshop that we're kind of doing right now. And maybe that's something that maybe the police officer stands out there and, just gets people going out of the school, into the school, something like, because that's the main issue, and that's why people are choosing that route, because they can't get in or out. People, as we said, same thing with Fair Oaks Elementary. People want to get to the school quickly, get out of the school, and they're trying to get their kids in and out of there. Best traffic calming measure is make it easier for people to get to and from the school, and we haven't really talked about like the entrance, ingress, egress of the school itself. Like, what's the best option there, without necessarily turning it into a major highway, but something more efficient just to get folks in and out. That's the one point I want. An observation that I've made is Noble Ark is a symptom of a different issue that we haven't really talked about. So that's all my comment.
All right. Any additional comments? And I'll make the motion to approve the first reading on an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 12.01, General Provisions, Section 12.01.002 of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances establishing stop signs at the intersection of Noble Ark Drive and Calcalo Drive and removal of a yield sign from said intersection. Can I get a second?
Second.
From Emily. Any other discussion from council?
Is this when we discuss
Yes.
the barricade thing? Do we need to discuss this, Scott?
It would help.
Let's, since it's not related to the item on the table, let's get,
I thought Dan said we could. No?
overall it's related, but, all right, let's,
The third issue.
I just want to know when.
Can we
talk
just do a
about it.
third issue, Dan, after this to talk about that? Help us.
Yeah, once this, well, I mean, I suggested during your discussion of this item, you discuss whether or not this, and you know, what you're doing with the closure at the end. So it would need to be on this, during this item. We don't have it on the agenda otherwise. It's part of the overall picture.
so right now we have a motion on the table through council discussion. What's come up is the implementation of when we go through this. More specifically, when would the road closure temporary barricade be removed?
Right.
And what has been proposed is that we leave this up for a week, and that's kind of what I've heard from council.
I
is
like that idea.
Once school starts, that most of y'all would like to leave it up for a week just to see let traffic establish its patterns and settle down before we remove the traffic barricade.
But also see the difference between how it was last year with the information we gathered with it closed last year prior to redistricting or rezoning or whatever, and now having it resumed with it closed for a little bit. We'll be able to compare those numbers too, I think would be helpful.
And we were talking about a week?
Yeah.
Yep. So
The
12th, 19th? Can we just provide that direction to you, Scott, or do you need?
I'm hearing Friday the 16th is the end of the first.
Right.
Council's desire is to remove the barricade on or after that.
on or after
Right.
that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
And do the speed limit change and stop sign additions, when are those implemented immediately since the 60-day clock is ticking?
Right, I think so.
Yes, because that is the effective date of the ordinance.
Effective date of the
Okay.
ordinance is today.
Got it.
Understood.
Okay. So now we do have a motion on the table.
We have to-
for,
You can,
Yes, I'm getting there. We do have a motion on the table for the voting of the stop signs. Any other discussion from council? All right, I'll turn it over to Christina for the roll call vote.
wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. Council, when I call your name, please say yes or no regarding approving this particular agenda item. Mayor Maxton,
Yes.
Councilmember Stroop,
Yes.
Councilmember Roden,
Yes.
and Councilmember Olvera.
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, and the motion passes.
And that completes the consideration items that we had on the agenda tonight. And what I would propose to council at this time, could we take a 10-minute recess?
Great.
I have the time, Christine, I have the time now is 8:48. Take a 10-minute recess and be back ready to go at 8:58.
Oh. Is it on?
Christina, do you have me now?
Yes, sir.
I have the time now is 8:59, and we are back in open session. And moving on with the agenda, we'll move on to the workshop items. We have 2 workshop items on the agenda tonight. First listed is the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget workshop, and that is followed by the fiscal year 2024-2025 compensation plan proposal. With approval of council, what I would like to do is move the workshop item related to compensation before the budget. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. And the next item on the agenda will be the fiscal 2024-2025 compensation plan. I'll turn it over to Joanna.
All right, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Joanna Merrill, Director of Human Resources and Communications. And tonight, I'm going to be going over the proposed adjustments for the fiscal year 2024-2025. And to start, I kind of wanted to just give us a short recap of what we adopted in the previous year, which entailed creation and reallocation of a few new classifications, including police corporal, HR generalist, admin support specialist, reallocation of the maintenance technician pay grade to be in line with our utility technicians, addition of certification pays for night shift differentials and a licensed court interpreter, and a 2.5% across the board adjustment to the pay schedule itself. I would also like to make a note that the proposed adjustments for tonight's presentation are currently included in the budget workshop, and that the Director of Finance will be going over that in that budget workshop that it will be coming up following this. So to start off with, we have the proposed certifications and stipend adjustments for the new fiscal year. And as you will see, these are both for Certified Inspector of Sediment and Erosion Control. These we are proposing that they be allotted to the drainage lead and environmental program managers in the engineering services department. And just a quick description of what this certification is it would play a crucial role in managing and mitigating soil erosion and sedimentation on construction sites and other land distributing activities. So overall, the certification will kind of help maintain regulatory compliance and could also contribute to the protection of those local cost savings and efficient execution of some of the municipal projects that we have coming up in regards to drainage.
I had a question on that. So what we're doing is we're encouraging people to get qualified. Maybe Grant or Steve, y'all can help me out. What's the benefit that we receive as a city by having this qualification?
Sure. In order for someone to get qualified, they'd have to go through training, what proper sediment and erosion control measures are, what proper construction entrances, how to keep that soil on the construction site and not spreading across our roadways and into our waterways. That ends up polluting some of our natural resources and kind of endangers our municipal permit for stormwater discharge.
So would that be for who? Anybody that wanted to get certified on the team, or?
It's primarily aimed at key personnel on our team who are normally on the job site or normally working drainage projects.
So like the supervisor or the lead?
In our case, it would be the environmental program manager and our drainage lead, correct?
I was just wondering if it was just one or if other people would be able to take advantage of it.
And as when we go through the rest of the budget, we do have proposed, you'll recall from the past budget workshop with Public Works, a drainage team lead.
Okay.
That would be one, and the other one, like Grant said, would be the environmental program manager.
Okay.
All right. So moving on, the next item is the proposed adjustments to the pay schedule itself. In this diagram, you'll see that we have addition of a few new FTEs consisting of the Assistant Chief of Police, a city planner, a communications manager, the drainage lead that we were just mentioning, and a project manager. Now, these would be new additional FTEs to the budget. And I would like to point out that that is different than the next one, which is just the addition of a job classification. So as you can see on the chart, for the ones that I listed before, we are requesting one new position to be added. And for the police cadet, that is 0 new FTEs. But in that one, for the police cadet, we are adding the classification to the pay schedule and including a pay grade at pay grade 5 onto that pay schedule for that one.
So do y'all want to have the discussion now about these positions, or do y'all want to wait until we do it through the budget? Yeah, I'd prefer let's,
Don't know.
so I'll skip down to the city planner. And so my understanding that this is an FTE to add to the employment for the city, but it would be in lieu of, what's a
Engineering
consultant,
consultants.
I was trying to think of the firm, but the consultant that we currently use, and it's almost a one-for-one swap. In what we paid to the consultant, we'd now be paying to the city planner. I think it was pretty close, wasn't it? A couple. The concerns for me in it is that when you go with a consultant, you're not just getting the one individual that you work with, you get a whole firm behind them to provide expertise. One of the benefits that I see of going with the city planner is that that individual now works for you. And so where we may only have certain items that we were working on with a consultant, the city planner can now take on a full-time job, and we can turn to them for whatever requirements are needed as part of the city. I did have a concern that if we go with the city planner, can we fully eliminate the consultant fees that we're paying? And the answer that I got was yes. That would be the plan. Is that?
The expectation with the position is that this established position, the incumbent would be responsible for all of the daily operations, planning, plat review, design review, pre-development conferences, everything that goes into that planning function. So there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work of the planning function that doesn't necessarily make it to the planning and zoning agenda or the city council agenda. So it's not just those rezones, but we deal with developers and other interests all the time. We have infrastructure reviews. We have minor plats and plans that do not go to council but are reviewed in-house. So all of that daily work, rather than going to the consultant, will be done in-house. Longer term, we spoke, I believe it was during last year's process, about as part of our circle of life, if you will, and having yearly reviews of our major planning tools, comprehensive plan, major thoroughfare plan, UCD, or UDC, et cetera. Now, if we were going to do a holistic, 100% revamp of any of those, yes, that would require outside assistance. But for those annual updates and reviews, that would be led by house position as well. So from my perspective, I think it's a cost-effective solution. So it's almost a one-for-one. We get a full-time person that can provide all of the items that we are doing with the added benefit of, on a daily basis, administering those larger reviews we don't have right now. At least not without additional charge.
So Scott, does that, if we were to bring this position in-house, so would the to the mayor's point, the consultant cost, would that, the position itself, along with the benefits and everything, would that still be equal to or less than what we're paying external consultants? When you
I believe it
consider
would, yes.
everything?
And, you know, it's budgeted or proposed in the draft budget as a personnel cost. Now, in reality, we're not going to hire a city planner on October 1. Okay, we're gonna, after the budget's approved, we have to finalize the job description, recruit for the position, et cetera, et cetera. So there will be a transitionary period there while we're getting someone in place, onboarding them, where we'll probably still use the consultant for that purpose, a little bit of offboarding of institutional knowledge. So the actual spend will probably be a combination of contract and the new position, but the intent is to have that be a match, dollar-wise, just shifting from contractual to personnel.
So can this position handle the workload? Because, you know, one of the things about going outside is that if you have extra workload, you just pay for additional, services. Apparently, I mean, there's a need for this, obviously, in the mix, some kind of city planner, but could one person handle the workload that's out there?
I believe so.
Carol says yes.
I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we're not billed for 2,080 hours quite a year right now, but we're paying effectively more than that through a contractual rate, right? So I believe that the identifying the right person could handle those tasks and, like I said, institute that annual review process that we're not doing right now.
More bang for your buck, essentially.
That's the intent.
Does other cities around us have a city planner on staff, or what's the trend? Do they contract most of this out, or do they have it, or is it a mix?
I think most do. You heard at the workshop on this, the city planner the city attorney who has their own planning staff also mentioned that cities of our size typically have an in-house city planner.
The first year that's been proposed?
It was discussed last year. It was a proposal last year.
The next one I wanted to look at was the project manager. And is there also a trade-off with this one with consultants or fees that we're currently paying? And
there is a trade-off, not necessarily with fees that we're currently paying. Currently, as this council knows, when we have done larger capital projects, they've been on a cash basis, and they've been relatively fewer up to this point, and they've been handled largely by the Director of Public Works, or in a few cases, maybe the Manager of Engineering Services. So due to the size and scope of the projects we've had historically, the Director of Public Works is our project manager. That's been a difficult situation, even in the current environment, when the director's trying to manage all of the maintenance, utilities, engineering, planning, building codes, environmental compliance, while managing projects. Of course, we are implementing a bond program and CIP program that's going to increase that project scope considerably. So there will be new costs through that process either way. What this proposal does is, rather than contract those out to project management firms on a project basis, which is usually on a percentage basis, this would have one dedicated person to manage those projects in-house. Either way, the cost will be charged to the bond program, or the strategic projects fund, as the case may be. So there's no general fund impact to it. It's the projects that will be paying for it. We believe it's more cost efficient and expedient to do that with a position.
So is this project manager, it would be a permanent position, right? So even though if it's funded through a bond?
Even with our currently identified projects, we have at minimum a 7-year scope for that position. And I imagine during that time, there will be at least a couple of projects identified. So yes, it is a permanent position. Completely caught up at the end of 7 years, and we're fortunate enough to keep someone for that long. We can evaluate at that time, but there's enough work to keep this person busy for quite some time.
What are the different pay grades? I mean, I know the numbers are there, but do we know what the amounts are actually?
What's the PG 26? What range is that one? Do we know off the top of our head?
I don't. I'd have to pull the pay schedule to reference it.
You knew we were going to stump you right on one question for sure.
I almost printed a copy and was like weighing it, but
I can probably find it in the interim, but as part of the final budget process, when for what the council does approve, the reason we're going through this is you approve the new job classifications and you approve the pay scale, entire grid for the next fiscal year.
So for the project manager, what we'll have in the budget later on is designated $108,000 for the project manager, and that is the all-in cost too, correct?
Yes.
Which includes
with benefits.
Yep.
So
and
Council-
the Fed and the Social Security that we have to pay, everything related to it.
And our Director of Finance just let me know that you have an Excel spreadsheet that has the funded items on it, and she said the numbers were on there if you wanted to reference that.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
just.
Yeah.
Then I want to take a look at the police cadet. So what I understand that we're doing with this is we're creating a, how to describe it. It's not an additional position, but it's an area out there that would be slotted against a current position that we have. So what we want to do is we're hiring potential police officers, if I'm correct, and they would come into here, we would sponsor them through the academy, and then they would hold that cadet position until they got through the academy, and then they would move to a patrol position that would be reserved for them based on their cadet position.
Correct. So essentially there are, it's a recruitment tool. So we have current FTEs that are allotted for the police department. This would not increase that number. So if we did have a current vacancy and there was an eligible candidate for that, we could put them into one of those vacancies while we put them through the academy and the program with some type of guarantee that they would then transition into a police officer for the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. So we would have a seamless transition from start of the academy straight to us without having to stop in the middle.
You know, I think with this also, there was some guarantee that they would serve in the police department for a certain number of years.
Correct.
I think it's a pretty good deal.
I kind of like
I
that.
think what I understood is most police departments already do this. So when you go to the police academy and you're trying to recruit new officers, 75% of them are already slated to go, are being sponsored by a city and already slated to go to that city. So what we get a pick from is the other 25%, or whatever that number is.
Probably generous, but that's correct.
This way, we pick our candidates before they go to the academy and sponsor them. All right.
We're approving the job classification, which our compensation plan requires that the council do. And vacancies occur, we classify that as a police cadet process. You're not adding a position, you're borrowing from a vacancy, classifying as a police cadet, then they transition to officer upon completion.
So are y'all asking for guidance tonight? I mean, what would you see us doing as we go through this?
Yeah, so as we do this, these final determinations are what the Director of Finance and I will put into the draft budget that you will see, or the proposed budget that you will see at the next meeting, and we will file with the City Secretary on the 17th? 19th of August. And that's what's get filed, that's what the public hearing is held on, so we're making the final decisions to go into that proposed budget, which will ultimately be up for public hearing and up for approval.
Really tonight, I mean, what we need is a yes or no.
That's what I was trying to
Okay,
understand.
I thought that was next meeting, but okay.
Well, because you're going to factor whatever comes out of this workshop, that's how you're going to build your budget. And so by that time, it's already kind of factored in, and
There will be an option at the next meeting we could adjust. It'll just make it a little bit more difficult.
You can make changes after this, but it becomes a formal process at that point where you're amending the budget.
all right. So that helps.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do it.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
Communications manager, we've kind of talked about this, I know some in the past, but one of the concerns I have maybe overall is just getting top-heavy with managers versus people who actually, and maybe that's a term is not descriptive of the work per se, but what do we get when we add a communications manager? Here's why I ask. So we've got a new website. It's going to be tweaked, I'm sure. It's good. You guys post on Facebook all the time. I see you on Nextdoor. I don't know what other areas. And if Bernie Starr is ever interested, they put stuff out there. So what other areas would a communication manager do today that we don't do today? I guess some clarity there. What do we get for that position that we don't have now?
Get a more, first for the existing functions that you get a more coordinated function of messaging, not just on the daily posts, which are great in the videos, but a holistic strategy to how and when we produce content for the residents, timely manner, and more expanded coverage than what's available now. We can, if we simply want to post road closures and water breaks, we can do that with existing resources. The problem is we don't have a cohesive strategy, or at least we borrow resources to create a cohesive strategy to provide residents all of the information needed timely. We've expanded considerably from where we were when the HR department first took this on in, 2017, 2018, where we'll post a few things on Facebook and see what happens. We now have comprehensive, all platforms, graphics, audio, video production, newsletters, public events that are coordinated. Of course, the website management, media campaigns, and at times emergency communications. And right now, we have the multimedia communications officer who does a fantastic job, and I have the HR director who's probably spending 70% or better of her time doing communications. So in the existing realm, that's what I'm getting, a person who can coordinate that's not necessarily the HR director or the manager or assistant city manager. We have 23 projects identified in our strategic communications plan, some of which still need to be. One of the items that we discussed last time was expanded citizen engagement to include community surveys, among other things. Establishing a greater media presence for a community that's not covered by a major media outlet. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And again, what's being functionally done now is I'm essentially cannibalizing my HR department to get it done. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for coordination that we're not getting now. There are many ways to skin the proverbial cat. But if we want to continue implementing that strategic communications plan back to the HR functions and initiatives that are sorely needed, this manager does that. And to your first point, almost all the quote managers we have in our pay plan are working managers. That probably includes myself a little bit too much, honestly, as far as the task-oriented job duties of what we do. But this would be a working manager for sure, producing a lot of content in addition to providing the strategy. But again, someone other than those resources who can provide that daily and long-term strategy.
So you'd have like two people in this division in the
Yes.
communications, if you added this position, and then
I would separate the communications department from the HR department.
How many people currently do the job that a communications manager would? 2? More?
1.5.
1.5?
1.5, arguably 1.7 that's doing it right now.
And so if this position existed, then it'd be 2 people? And then the 0.7 would be allocated elsewhere?
0.7 would go back to HR, yes.
Okay.
So I know we had this discussion a couple years ago when we decided to add the position that Casey has now. And at that time, that was kind of like, this is going to solve our problems or our issues. And I personally don't think we have grown that significantly to warrant another manager position for this. That's just my personal opinion. I just don't see that we're that big that we need that.
Emily's point, I agree with what you're saying. And since we brought Casey on, I mean, our communications have significantly increased.
Agree.
We're getting the messages out and all that. That is great. I think what we're looking at now is the next stage of this is how do we make it more coordinated? How do we make it more in line with the strategic communications plan that was developed? Not that we're totally haphazard, but I don't know that all of our actions are really directed towards the greater goal of what we want as part of our communication strategy. We are good at getting information out as we identify it when it comes up. I think what we're looking at is the time that we look at a department head for this that has his eye or her eye continuously on the communication needs of the city and looking at it from a total perspective of everything that's going on as part of the city and what information is it we truly need to get out and how do we need to get that out.
I don't think we're big enough for that yet. My personal opinion. We have 10,000 people. I do believe that at some point we're probably going to need that. I just don't think we're there yet. I think we've done a fantastic job over the last couple of years with Casey. I mean, I think we have what we need to serve our citizens in the communications area.
We're talking 5 additional positions here in the list, and it's almost like stack ranking, the most critical, and kind of figuring out. 5 new ads to a city our size is a pretty significant increase in staffing. So I think we're trying to assess what's more critical, and you could probably make arguments for every one of them in some regard. We're just trying to figure out what makes sense and also to manage our budget, because we're going to be, coming up with the tax rate with all this too. So I think that's where we're trying to see where's the greatest need. We might not be able to fill all needs, but where is the greatest need? From you're managing it, so you have the load.
And of those 5, I'm gonna make the argument again that I'm paying for 2 of them.
You what? I'm sorry?
I'm paying for 2 of them with little or no budget impact. All right, we talked about,
Right.
about those 2 already. And the rest, yeah, obviously I could make an argument for all of them because I have made an argument for all of them, right?
Yeah.
The drainage lead we haven't talked about yet, but that's a first-line supervisor position. And the intent there is to have a dedicated team that supports and on an operational basis manages, directs the drainage program. Right now we have 1 maintenance division that's combined, primarily services obviously the streets and drainage needs and some facility needs for the city. Typically typically streets takes priority, right? Whether it's crack and pothole sealing, tree trimming, mowing, et cetera. So when workload demands combine, the drainage takes a back seat. And that has been identified as a need for a long time. So this creates 1 relatively modest option to have a dedicated source along with a small team. So we have a true streets team and a true drainage team. They will work together on occasion, but to have dedicated resources in each of those areas. Communications manager, you know, I've stated, you know, globally at least what those plans are there. I've stated to the council before that either way we have a lot, many long-standing and overdue needs in the HR department. From a manager's perspective, I need my HR director back. Manage with fewer or more limited communications. Take a pause on the strategic communications, not expand further. Certainly an option, but it's not fair either to the director or to the function of HR to continue to have that supporting primarily communications.
I mean, would it make more sense to hire somebody to assist Joanna in HR as opposed to a new manager position in communications? I mean, we have 2 people working communications, plus Joanna's assistants. You know, if we had someone, if the need is to have her HR-ness back, then seems to me like maybe it would make more sense to have somebody, if we need a person to assist with that collective team.
I don't believe so, Ms. Bissell, because again, while I mean we have the Casey is the primary productions person who does a fantastic job, and Joanna certainly creates content, particularly written content as well, and occasionally Jennifer even has to jump in if there's a crisis or if we're doing special events. So there's that coordination there. But the pinch point really is the direction of the department, and that's where most of Joanna's attention goes right now. And with all due respect, because she has done a fantastic job, that's not her expertise. Adapted extremely well to that function, but she is an HR director. That is her background.
What is Jennifer's position?
She's our
Remind me.
HR generalist currently.
Okay.
I'm trying to, I'm trying to get there. I'm working to try to get to your thing, but I'm trying to figure out what is it we lack. And I mean, I understand it's your HR timing, but what else get out of a communications out of the city that we're not, I mean, got a plan, obviously, but what are we lacking in terms of what the public sees? Because I've heard a lot of comments in the past that we didn't know this was going on. We're not totally aware, where they're not obviously doing their due diligence. We have a city website, we have the social media, you have things like that that are available. So what would the public see on the outside? What would they see if we added this position? Would they get more frequent communications? Would they get direct emails to them? I mean, what is it that they Because they're going to say, why you add another staff to the team here, and then, you know, what is it we're going to get from it? You either pay money to do something you're not able to do, or, you know, to protect something. And so what are we not doing from the public standpoint? Because they're the ones who are going to see hiring this person, and what do they see from it? You know, that's kind of where I'm trying to match all that up. I'm really working to get there, but I'm not there yet.
So, direct output perspective, more long-form content, more issues-oriented information than we have right now. Right now, it's very focused on events or construction-related things. So more descriptive content, both on written and, you know, web page form of, you know, current issues affecting the city. Again, more engagement through resident surveys and other media to provide feedback to the city council as well as to the public on where our needs are. And again, more direction on how we message out better. Part of this is we don't know what we don't know. When we look for, when we're asking ourselves, what are the strategies we need to make sure that more and more residents are getting not just the information we put out, but the information they need and the information. Someone has to determine that and manage that.
I still am having a hard time adding a $111,000 position year over year over year for that.
Yeah, I think that's, I'm struggling with it too, to see, would we get that kind of value, you know? Now, I know you've got to manage it, I get that, so, not totally ignoring that, but it's a lot of money for that. And do we get $111,000 worth of benefit? You know, that's really the question. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
When are we going to see what all of this does to the tax rate?
Next meeting?
Well, it's on the worksheet.
After
and
the,
when summer
Summers
comes
part?
up, you'll see that. But to put it in perspective, 1 penny on the property tax rate is under the preliminary values that will be presented to you. 1 penny is $264,000 in property tax revenue. About, I think, is the number we talked about the other day. So this is 0.4 cents, somewhere in that area. If I'm doing that math right, maybe I'm not.
Would we get the same, is it possible to get the same benefit by not having an actual manager, like just someone to assist the communications department that's not a communication manager?
I personally believe it'd be less benefit, proportionally at least, because yes, I have myself or Joanna or whomever has more people to produce more things, but they still need that direction to determine how, what, when they're going to produce it.
Scott, if we decide not to go with the communications manager, what would be your options forward for next year? Status quo, the way things have been operating, or do you have other options of what you could do?
Status quo is an option. I will have to evaluate the reporting relationship with the multi-communications officer. Functionality and
That's something that our new assistant city manager could assist with, possibly.
possibility, but we have proposed plans for information technology, other HR items, the strategic action plan itself, which will be one of the primary focuses of the new assistant city manager. All of those initiatives takes resources.
So related to these, though, the ones like you've talked about that were, would be offset external consulting, how do we keep scope creep away from consultants suddenly creeping back in? You know, so we hire a city planner, hire a project manager, and how do we put some kind of barriers so that all of a sudden, oh, I've got too many things, I need to hire a consultant. So all of a sudden, 3 years from now, we've got a city planner and consultants like we have today. How do we protect ourselves from scope creep with consultants if we bring these positions in-house? Because I do worry about that. And I mean, I obviously you manage the city, but we're going to have some kind of comfort level that all of a sudden consultants aren't coming back in slowly, because they do. They never leave.
You pay them to go away.
They
right?
never
Yeah.
leave, so.
But the intent through these positions we're talking about is to only use, in the areas we're talking about, consultants for specialized approved projects, which is what I believe consultants, we're using a lot of consultants right now for extension of services on daily operations or staff operations, right? Items, bring them in-house, and I believe at a reasonable cost relative to what we're paying right now. I think we have enough work in all of these areas where, to the other point, smaller community, less scope, where it probably makes sense to use contract services. I'm not opposed to contract services at all. There's a lot of times where it makes a lot of sense, where you don't have the full-time work available. We're at that point in the area where I believe in these areas we are at that point.
I wanted to talk about the drainage lead. I understand the concept that we want to separate maintenance and drainage now to different divisions within the Public Works Department. What we have as part of the maintenance team right now are 2 of those individuals already identified as part of the drainage team.
That's correct. The drainage team would be created by the drainage lead and existing maintenance techs in the maintenance department.
So their full-time job every day, and I know that it's not, this would be their focus. Their focus is stormwater drainage day in, day out.
Primarily, just like water and wastewater are separate teams, but they're always assisting each other when bigger tasks come up. But primarily, yes. And kind of like we have an annual street maintenance program where we do our condition assessment, we identify the prior needs for that year, and that's what we work on that year. I'd like to do something very similar, like an annual drainage maintenance program on that side.
Yes, part of why I ask is, I mean, the last 2 years, I think we've come back and we needed we need to hire another individual for our drainage. And I believe did we get a skid steer last year directly related to our drainage?
We did.
So we're gradually building this team, but when do we get to the point we say, hey, we have the team we need, they can do everything we need to do? And so we're looking at it, and we can go through the whole map and identify all of those drainage areas that are responsibility of the city, and we can put a plan together and they support it. And then in that too, you have a maintenance team right now that is made up of 2 drainage individuals. If you pull them out, what does that leave you, 3 in the maintenance division? 4, whatever.
Well, that'd still be part of the maintenance division. It'll just be teams within the maintenance division.
That doesn't make me comfortable then, the way you're saying that. Because really what we're driving at is you want a maintenance team that focuses on, or correction, a drainage team that focuses on stormwater drainage primarily throughout the year.
Yes.
So my impression is we've come back to council for 2 years now and said, hey, we need a drainage individual. We've approved that. And then you came back again and said we need another drainage individual, and we've approved that. But right now, my belief is we're not really, we don't have a focus on drainage. Our primary focus is maintenance, probably with roads primarily.
Correct.
Which I understand that, and I don't dispute that. The challenge I have is that there's been a requirement for drainage. What changes this year if we get you a drainage lead, and now you're pulling 2 guys out of road maintenance? Are you gonna come back and we're gonna need more road maintenance people next year because?
Before my time, but the original drainage request in 2020 or 2021, somebody help me, it was 4 positions. I believe the council approved
2.
either 1 or 2
Right.
at that time. With those 1 and then 2 positions, when we can keep them filled, you know, certainly have done drainage work compared to the past. But it's still not a good team, and right, absolutely right, some. But there is still that cross-function, and there will still be that's cross-functionality, just like we have on the utilities team. We have a water and a wastewater team. They do work together on occasion, but we have operators and techs who focus in those respective areas on a daily basis.
I'm not explaining it very well then, because really what I'm looking at, what are our drainage requirements? Will that be met with a drainage lead and 2 drainage individuals? And if they go off and do all of this, do we still have enough in our maintenance team to do the things that they want to do? Because my perception right now is those 2 individuals that we'd pull to drainage primarily are doing maintenance, road maintenance operations that we need right now.
Well, this summer, street maintenance is the focus. 3 or 4 months ago, they were working pretty heavily on Rolling Acres Trail and some of those bardages in that area for weeks at a time. But then at one point, again, they got pulled away for brush pickup for another month. So usually it's the drainage portion that is put on the back burner. That's the lowest priority. And I'd like to put more focus on that and make that their primary mission.
So what improves with that? I mean, if you do that, I mean, to the mayor's point, what's the benefit, cost benefit?
So historically, just to give some background to Scott's point, back in 2020 or 2021, when some of the drainage items were originally coming to council, the requests to do those projects at that time were far less than what we've actually adopted since then. And at that time, they needed 4 new drainage leads. Also, in conjunction at that time, we had a much lower annual street maintenance budget. And so the maintenance department was also doing less. And so the FTEs we had allotted for the maintenance and streets portion of that, in conjunction with the 4 requested for drainage, would have solved that problem at that time. Since then, the Public Works Department has done their best to try to keep up with the demands of the increased budget, the increased projects that they have taken on in-house, and we still do not have all 4 of those drainage leads that were recommended almost 4 years ago, not being able to even account for the new items that have come on both sides of that team just most recently in the last 2 years. So I think essentially, Mayor, what you are alluding to is we most likely don't have enough FTEs in either but this team is trying to find ways and solutions to still make those projects that were approved by council move forward. And this is one of the ways that we can accomplish that. I don't believe it will solve their problem without more team members, but it is a start for them and a way to try to manage some of those projects and put more of a focus in those areas with what we have.
Do we have any positions that are open and vacant and not filled right now in either the maintenance or the drainage department?
We currently have one, but we're just waiting. In about a week or two, we'll have it. That person will be onboarded. So once that's done, they will be fully staffed.
Has that position been open for a while?
This most recent one, no, actually. We had it filled, and then we had a candidate that had a different job offer and left, so it's only been vacant for maybe 3 weeks. And we do have a candidate already in line that will start in a week or so.
Honestly, for my satisfaction, I understand what you're trying to do. So the concept of building a a road maintenance section and a stormwater maintenance section, is that what it would come down to? I'm just not sure that we've put thorough thought into it and what the requirements are for each. What I feel like, even in the explanations that are given, is we even put the thorough analysis in it to determine what is actually needed for a stormwater section. And I know that we do have projects out there that we're working on, and that is one part of it. But we as a city still have requirements to maintain stormwater areas throughout the city. Mowing, cutting trees, trimming areas. I mean, we have those areas that are designated requirements. And right now we're not doing those. And, we have areas along roadways that need to be taken care of that are also city responsibility. And so I guess the concern I have is that we just keep kind of stair-stepping into it. And so now, it may have been 4, and we gave 1 at a time or 2. I don't know but what's the requirement? What's the man hours? What is it that we're looking at that we needed? And then honestly, my concern with that also is we're pulling 2 individuals out of road maintenance. They seem to stay pretty busy right now, even with the stormwater guys as part of it. So have we done the analysis to know exactly what we need as part of our road maintenance team? Even if we're pulling these 2 guys out, are they going to be at a deficit to get done what they need to get done throughout the year?
I believe we need 4 people as a street maintenance team and 4 people in a drainage maintenance. Four should be able to accomplish what we need to do in-house on either side if that work is spread out over the year. A lot of times we try to rush and get it done over the summer months, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. We can plan it out properly so that we can attack it over the entire year, and we can accomplish it with a team of 4 on the street side and 4 on the drainage side. And a lot of our existing drainage CIP projects are really just maintenance projects that have been deferred over years and years and years. And I think if we can focus more on drainage, we can avoid those future $1 million of deferred maintenance and having to take on, finance some big drainage projects every couple years.
So again, I think the concept mentioned earlier about managers, would we do ourselves more benefit by hiring more workers that can do the work on the drainage and the roads versus leads and managers? If we're really behind, because I agree with the mayor, there's roadways down Dietz Elkhorn that have been mowed for a long time and stuff. And so if you've only got 4 people in each camp, I mean, should we hire 2 people that are actually workers or 3 for whatever the cost is for a drainage lead? I don't even know what the ranges are, but would we be better served to get those things maintained over time And, because you have a very small staff doing all this work.
Right, no, I was just gonna point out that our maintenance techs are pay grade 16. The lead is only a pay grade, is that 17? Is that what it says? It's not much more than a maintenance tech.
Well, maybe you should ask for 2 or more drainage and roadway people and less managers up here.
A lead is not a manager. They're the lead person.
No,
on
I
the
know
crew,
that.
but
I'm
they're still a
talking about the
crew.
other positions. In other words, maybe you should be asking for more drainage and roadway people and less in the communications manager and the project manager and the city planner things. I'm just, you're asking for our input and we're trying to understand it. So if the work's behind and we're not getting things done, let's staff to where the need is.
Fun that gets done, absolutely.
I know I'm not popular with this conversation, but the real question is where is the need? And I'm hung up on the word manager and higher positions when we could have more workers doing the work, getting it done, having overseers that could help that. I don't know. I don't know what the rest of the council, what their feeling is, but I'm trying to get here. I'm struggling to get here.
The way I look at this, I think, and maybe I'm looking at it backwards, but when I look at what the proposed budget is going to be, and I know we're going to get there, but I personally like trying to stay within a certain number. So I say, okay, I need my budget to be this. What can I do? What are the needs that fit into this? And I like to look at the no new revenue or no new whatever, right? Did I say that right?
No new revenue rate,
Okay.
yep.
Rate, because I think that, we've done that for years. We've been able to do that for years, and I think we should be looking at that number and then figuring out, okay, what do we need and what can fit within that? Instead of coming up with a list of all this stuff and then just saying, okay, well, it's going to cost this much.
I think a target is a great strategy, and for this and future budget discussions down the line, I think that would be absolutely fantastic. When Summer gives her presentation, I'll spare you my diatribe on how I think about the no new revenue calculation, but what Summer is going to tell you in the budget presentation is that no new revenue rate is inclusive of the new debt that we have already approved through the bond. So that number is, because that tax worksheet doesn't give us credit, if you will, for the debt. So that's essentially taking off of what we have already. So when you look at the M&O number on that sheet, it's going down.
Right, the M&O rate, which supports the operating budget and all the things to run the city, that's actually decreasing by a penny from this year's rate. So the increase in the tax rate is solely due to the GO bond for the roadway CIP.
The debt service.
Yes.
Then I guess I don't,
We could talk about the yes or no with each of these positions when we get to the budget portion of for tonight.
Is that where we should do it, or should we do it here?
Well,
I don't know.
we can do it either one.
Kind of bounce back. We've already been, maybe we should talk about it here since we've gone into great detail.
Just trying to get us to move on, but if we're ready to do it, I'm ready. The only one we haven't talked about is Assistant Chief of Police. Need help with that one.
I think we just promoted a bunch of people to corporal, right? To a higher position. I love our police department, and I think they keep us very safe, and they respond very quickly, and they do a great job. I just don't know if we need an assistant chief of police yet either.
I'd have a hard time justifying it based on what Emily's specified. we seem to be, it's the number one priority for me, for our city, safety and security. But we seem to be doing a very good job at it. You know, being in the top 10 of the safest cities in the state of Texas, we get our communications needs. We have very low response times, very rapid across the city. What I have a hard time with is justifying what we're missing that would increase the security capabilities across our city that we don't have, and would obtain that with an assistant chief. That comprehensible way I laid it out?
I understand the question. It's a not dissimilar conversation from the other positions we talked about. So, with respect to the corporal, that's functionally similar to the lead department. They're all on patrol in this case, just like not a managerial. It's a first line supervisor. It's not a managerial position. The current structure with a police chief and a lieutenant limits the ability for the senior leadership, essentially those two positions, to provide effective leadership and strategy across all the areas. Besides the fact that, frankly, burning those folks out, there's a lot of areas: grants management, policy updates, continuing up with legislative changes, functional changes, best practice changes that our department, as we've seen through recent activity, enhanced training and development, modern policing techniques, best practices. The chief and lieutenant do everything they can in that regard, but the lieutenant is supervising the patrol division and at times the CID as well. Provides very limited opportunity to provide the advanced strategic direction and advanced techniques that this department, I think, is seen will have a growing need into the future. Now, with all these, can we keep doing what we're doing with the basic widgets, if you will? Absolutely. I think there's not a question about that now, but this council and previous councils have identified a lot of strategic initiatives. Management's not always sexy, but it's needed to provide the direction to the worker bees, if you will, to get the strategies and tasks done that council in this community asked for.
So I'm looking at, I don't have a problem with the police cadet. I'm supportive of the city planner, but just with the precaution that, you know, I don't want to come back with increases in consultant fees. I think it was what Keith was talking about. We really need to take an approach on this that, hey, if we're going to go with the city planner, it's to replace the consultant fees that we're currently paying out right now.
Right.
And we need to write that down, because what I don't want to see is over the year that we come back and we have increases in consulting fees, and all of a sudden we have a planner and we're paying the same amount in consultant fees, or 50% or whatever. My understanding is that we can pick this up and we can take this on, and we can provide the planning functions that we need with a city planner without using the consultant that we had. Is that okay?
Yep.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that, and I'm okay with
The
cadet.
project manager, I kind of lean forward with that, and I understand it. We have picked up more and more projects each year. And one of the things we talked about, it's paid for by the budget for the projects. Now, where that comes from, Some of it does come from our budget, some of it does come from bonds. I think what override stands out to me is that we do not need our Public Works Director spending day in, day out managing projects. I think he needs to have a view on the future. And I'm not, if your head's down and you're focused on day-to-day activities, you're not focused on what we need for the future. That's a concern because a lot of the challenges that we have right now are because we didn't focus on the future. Rest of them,
I agree with you, Greg, 100%.
on the rest of them,
Yep. And the current, like, I'm not like super pumped about the project manager, but I can see where it's gonna provide a benefit for us in the very near future. And like, starting next year with with the bond projects and everything coming up, so I can understand that.
The only thing I would add to it is that if we need more people in the road and drainage worker department, that we need to understand that better. But if we think we're sufficiently staffed there, then I'm with you, Greg. Just those two positions would make sense because it offsets external cost and doesn't really add any burden to our budget because it's just swapping two $500 cows for a $1,000 goat.
That's kind of like a throwback to Roy Elizondo. He would say something
Just
like
thought
that.
we needed to hear something like that tonight. So I think those two positions make sense.
the drainage lead, I understand your concept. Just a little leery about it because we really haven't kept, just being blunt about it, we've promised a drainage capability for several years, and we just haven't gotten there. And we have a lot of road capability that's going on right now, and I understand that's where we needed the focus. But we haven't, there are drainage projects, yes, there are maintenance projects are out there. I think it goes even further that we have drainage responsibility. There are drainage culverts out there that are the responsibility of the city that we haven't touched in years. And I don't know that by doing a drainage lead without a plan that we've really thought through this to understand what are the capabilities that we need for drainage and for road maintenance. That's why I'm concerned to say, yeah, we could go ahead with the drainage lead, that would be fine, but then come back next year and, you know, I need one more drainage guy and I need one more road maintenance guy. Well, I mean, it shows that we really haven't thought through the whole process of the requirements that we need to meet these two areas. So with that, I would say, yes, I understand that there is a need there. I just don't think that we fully define what those needs are. So is it that we need more people in the whole maintenance division to work, or do we need drainage leads?
I would ask, and just so I complete understanding of your question and your concern, would it make a difference if this was a drainage technician? So a maintenance tech dedicated to drainage. Because we're talking about is a difference of $2,100, roughly, for someone who does effectively the same thing. The difference is that's the person that's organizing that 3-person crew daily.
It's driving the skid steer or supervising.
Well, not, I mean, supervising it, but they're
They're
digging,
driving
they're
skid
working.
steers also, yes, I got that.
That's the distinction.
When we did add an FTE really with that primary purpose in mind, either last year or year before.
Yeah, the maintenance tech.
I can't remember if
We
it
added
was.
some
We did a
I don't remember.
reclassification. We did a reclassification of the maintenance technician pay grade to bring it in line with the utility technicians as a recruitment tool.
But we did
And
add
we-
an FTE position either last year or the year before.
Believe it was the year before.
Had a utility tech last year, I believe.
Yes.
Well, I think it sounds like we're good with project manager, we're good with planner, we're good with cadet. And hold off on the others. What I'm hearing.
And if I may, at least as far as the drainage lead goes, again, I would like to stress that that is a working position. That person is down in those ditches just like everybody else. And to your point, Mayor, maybe to address one of your concerns is you kind of have to start somewhere, right? We want a plan, and this team is trying to propose movement towards that plan, and making sure that we have the right position to start making headway on those items that council has already approved. And while I do understand your point, because I very much agree that maybe we do need more, and we may come back to you next year asking for those 2 extra positions. I don't know that halting movement on this position today solves the problem. I believe what if we don't fund this position, I believe that the burnout and the project slowdown of all of those across the board, whether it's street maintenance or drainage, is going to increase. And while this is a small step in that direction, and agreed, I agreed, maybe it's not the full solution yet, short of proposing this and 2 drainage technicians as well. This is a step in the right direction, at least, for us to get where I think you're wanting us to be.
I guess, and I'll come back to the reservation I have is we had this desire 3 or 4 years ago. And not sure what we need, but we need to fight for a drainage tech, and we got one. Then we came back 2 years later and we fought for another drainage tech, and we got one. And we fought for the money for a skid steer to support them so that they could go out and do their work. So now it's been 2 individuals and a skid steer that have all been provided, and we're still not there. And so just what you're talking about, okay, now we'll throw a drainage lead in there.
Yeah.
What changes? When do we actually get the impact that we're looking for? And that's what I don't think has been addressed yet. What are the requirements that we're trying to achieve?
I think that as council continues to adopt new projects and bring more things in-house, the only thing that is going to stop that creep that you're talking about is also stopping saying yes to new projects.
I don't think it's creep. I think the requirement's already there. We're just not doing them.
And I think we very much had that plan a few years ago with a number of people that we needed very specifically for that at that time. And when the items that, staff is requesting to accomplish projects at that time aren't approved and delayed, and more projects are stacked on and more in-house items are brought in, and yet we still haven't even originally funded what we had asked for originally, you're going to continually be behind that marker, regardless of whether we do 1 today and 2 tomorrow. But it's those things that are increasing at the same time, and yet we're not also increasing staffing levels to support all of the additional projects that come out through the year. And we have 1 opportunity a year to do that, while still trying to be fiscally responsible and not propose too many personnel changes, because we do realize that does affect our residents, in a potential tax rate purpose. But there has to be a give and take somewhere. And if that is, you know, we don't want to fund a drainage lead, then we also need to keep in consideration that our people are human and there are only so many things that they can do in a day.
So the mayor's right. We need a plan, not just keep adding bodies, because in 2020 to 21, we had 8 people in the maintenance department. And the next year, we went to 10, 22 to 23 went to 11, and last year we approved 1 more, which was the maintenance workers, so we had 12. And so for the last 4 years, we've added staff every year, but we don't have a plan as to how that is all going to factor into getting the projects done. So
Well,
I think
the
that's
point that we
that's the point.
developed master plans years ago.
Yeah.
We put some of those resources together in terms of the CIP, which we've now developed. And on the side, so there's a robust plan that council discussed again before my time. Have we come back and identified complete maintenance plan for that? Probably not. Part of doing that involves, so the point, and should be on. How about now? So yes, we can go back to the drawing board, so to speak. Try to identify resources to develop comprehensive plans in each, which is a reasonable strategy. But we also have to identify resources either through management or consultants to develop said plans, right? Meanwhile, we still have those maintenance needs out there. So I take the point fully, and I agree with it. Those plans, those resource needs, inputs, outputs, outcomes have to be developed.
Just one more comment, then we can move on. You know, it's when you look at projects, you can say, okay, given this resources, I can complete these projects in this amount of time. If you want them done sooner, I need more resources, right?
Right.
So it's really looking at what are the projects and the timelines and what are the resources to match them up. And I guess that's where we're struggling because we can't see it. And maybe it's not that difficult, but maybe we just can't see it. Because if all our projects in our plan, we can do it with these 12 people over the next 7 years, or we can do all those the next 5 years with 1 or 2 more people. That all makes more makes it easier to understand. I guess that's it. So to defend it.
That's a great project for a director of public works to develop and implement, if I can free up the resources for him to develop that.
Well, I think we said that was okay. So he can get right to work on that. Done. Gonna go to the next page?
Yeah.
Or what? What's next, Mayor?
All right.
Another tough one coming up as part of this.
This one's gonna be much simpler.
So this next slide is just some historical data, comparison of the benchmark cities that have been adopted in the current compensation plan, and looking at kind of what they have adopted over the last few years in comparison to what we are, and where our current proposed cost of living adjustment is coming in at this year of 3%. We also, as part of our compensation plan, do look at the ECI data and comparison. So we did get the updated numbers yesterday for this. So our chart in this presentation is up to date from what the agenda packet showed, and these are what we're looking at as of the end of June data that was released on July the 31st. And just as as a refresher, the ECI that we've adopted as part of the compensation plan is essentially just a metric tool that we utilize, that's utilized by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics to measure and track changes in total compensation, inclusive of the cost of employees to the actual employers in the areas of salaries and wages, benefits, costs, and compensation overall.
So with that, I'll piggyback as a preview onto, what's going to be incorporated into the budget proposal in the workshop, which we'll eventually get to. My recommendation in the budget is a 3% across the board adjustment, or what we usually call a COLA. Again, that recommendation is incorporated into the final, or the proposed draft. Because the latest ECI report came out yesterday, I had to make for this workshop an educated guess as to what the ECI would be due to the timing of the report. Presented the March data at a workshop, I think in May. And I think at that time, I think I and a lot of us expected the ECI to decrease year over year when the numbers came out. And there was a decrease in the Texas region number. However, as you can see, all of the national numbers increased. So what I want to point out as part of this recommendation is 3% is not fully in compliance with your adopted policy. As Joanna alluded to, the policy states that salary schedule adjustments should be at least the equivalent, I'm reading this now, to the percent change in the BLS ECI number for salaries and wages over the preceding 12-month period. The ECI's numbers should be supplemented by calls to benchmark employers in the study and other supplemental data. That's a pretty close quote to what the policy says. Bear in mind also that we just started reporting to you the Texas number last year. Prior to that, we were using the national benchmarks primarily for these budget proposals, as the adopted policy says. So for the last several years, prior to last year when we started reporting the Texas number, when we weren't reporting it, the Texas number was actually higher than the national average. Last year when that flipped, we started using the Texas number, that was lower. So for the last several years, based on your adopted policy, which I think is a good one, we've been erring on the conservative side with respect to across-the-board increases. So taking all this into account, the ECI data, the comparable cities, our benchmark cities that you saw on the previous slide, I believe this is my recommendation for what I believe does right by the employees and the city to pace with the marketplace and also balance the desires of the council with respect to cost of living and salary growth. But just as what the data showed in May shows even more now, this is by no means excessive, either as a function of the government sector, our peers, if you will, or specifically the market at large. And I think that's what this data is showing us. So again, I think that 3% is a conservative number, and I think the data shows that. I think it's fair. I think it's a full expectation from employees. And it keeps us in line, or at least close to line with the benchmark cities. So after looking at this, I haven't come back and raised that recommendation. But bear in mind, it's on the conservative side based on all of the data and the benchmarks that we use in our policy.
A question. So I understand what you just said, 3%, kind of like put that in the budget and then you'd figure out how to allocate it. How does that factor in with the 2.5% across the board adjustment to the pay schedule that Joanna mentioned earlier? So explain those two. Does that mean that's going to be 5.5%, or is that everybody's going to get a 2.5 on the pay scale?
Those
and
who are
3?
eligible for the merit, yes, they'll get a 3% ECI adjustment and a 2.5% merit. And all those other cities on the board do the same thing.
Okay. So for your planning purposes, if you roll all that together, what is that percentage?
It is 5.5%.
So we're talking about raising personnel costs 5.5% for those two numbers. Now,
In practice, it comes in a little less than that, but for budget purposes, yes.
so everybody gets 5.5%.
Not everybody. And as we talked about in May, and we talked about in previous years, currently, we have a merit system, a performance tool that in previous years, if you achieved what's currently a 2.5 out of 3 or higher, you got the merit. Roughly, I don't remember the percentage, but well over half do get the merit. The majority of employees have gotten the merit. So we have talked about and we have implemented in this last year a new performance-based tool that has a broader rating scale. Explained at the time, the intent is to use that tool this year as a benchmark, as a first round, where yes, if you meet the average above, you will get it. But that provides the baseline for starting next year. We will go to a tiered-based system, so not everybody will get the same level of merit. So it will vary based on the year. But assuming we're using 2.5 as an average for the merit, some will get 1, some will get 2, some will get 3, roughly, to get to that average.
What was our number last year? I don't have it off the top of my head, all in percentage that we approved.
It was, I believe it was 5. I think it was 2.5 and 2.5.
All in for both categories?
Yeah, it was 2.5 for both.
Seems to me that what would make sense from my perspective at least, is that we approve a percentage increase to the overall budget, and you allocate it as you see fit as manager. That we say, here's how much percent we'll put in the bucket for, and I know this is good how you all supported how you've gotten there, but we give you a number that we are comfortable with, and then you allocate it, whether it's COLA, merit, or however you feel like you should manage it since you're the manager. So for us to say, okay, we're going to give you 3% for COLA, and everybody gets COLA, and 2.5%, some get 4%, some get 1%. I'd rather just give you a flat percentage and say, Scott, you manage it. That would be my preference. And I appreciate your justification behind it, but I don't want us to get into the position of making that determination for all the employees. I'd rather you do that as a manager. So that's how I would approach it.
I would be comfortable with that. I would just bear in mind that for this budget year and subsequent years, as we do this, that this is the data we're looking. So, like I said, however we divide the pot, so to speak, I believe it's very important that we keep in mind our regional and national benchmarks in that.
Right.
Again, I think what you're saying is, the proportion of COLA versus merit may be different split, based on both the trends at the time as well as how we implement a merit performance-based system, if you will. But yeah, we do need to continue to look at the totals too, at both what the metrics are saying and what our benchmarks are doing.
So when we look at our benchmarks, I know we're looking at percentages overall, but what does their HR director get paid compared to what our HR director gets paid? What does their, maintenance technician get paid compared to our maintenance technician? I don't know how those compare because I don't know what those numbers are. And so for me, just seeing a blanket percentage, it's hard for me to know. The percentage is the same, okay? Fredericksburg did 2.5, so we'll just do 2.5 so we can stay where we need to stay. But was there 2.5? How did that actually play into the actual numbers where they compare? That's where I have a hard time
That's
with
how we
just seeing
established it as our pay
percentages.
plan in 2020, when we adopted this new one. And we've internally done incremental surveys for those positions, or some positions, when we've talked about a reclass or something along the way. So we have, we have that data in pretty good form from that time. And that's why we're coming up on the 5-year mark. So in the budget, we're proposing, as part of this plan I just discussed, also a new compensation plan to update those figures to ensure that we are staying in the benchmarks that you're talking about.
But I agree with Keith too, though. I don't think it's council's job to determine everyone who's eligible is going to get a 2.5% raise or whatever. How do you become eligible or any of that? I think if it's possible for us to put in the budget, okay, we're going to have $10. Scott, you get to decide how to disperse the $10 based on
I would
everybody's
absolutely love to
performance.
come to you in this or future years and say overall compensation is slated to increase by X%, and here's why. From there, that would, from my perspective, that would be ideal.
Why can we not do that this year?
Well, I
Because-
mean, you are, I mean, through the budget, that is what you're doing.
Right, okay, I want to be sure because you're providing data on and categories, which is helpful. Okay, so when we're done here, if you say I want 5.5%, and we say no, you get X, X is the number you work with. I assume that's how you're going to go forward with it. So I have a question on this chart. If salaries and wages, private industry, state and government, in Texas is 3.7%, that takes into account COLA and everything else, or no? Does that take care of all increases?
In a composite level, yes, it does.
So then how
One
could
thing,
we?
it does, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go
But
ahead.
one thing I'll point out is the Texas number is private sector only. But other than that, what you said is accurate.
Okay, so somewhere between 3.7 and 4.7 is the real state and local in Texas. So why would we go 5.5 in total?
Two reasons. It's trying not to contradict myself. It's following the policy, albeit I adjusted down because the policy says that the across-the-board increase should be at least the ECI, and that's what that number is. And that's what a lot of our benchmark cities are doing, almost all of them. So the reason is I took that policy of placing the across-the-board or the COLA based on the ECI, both looking at these charts and looking at our benchmarks, and coming up with a reasonable recommendation per what the policy says. And again, frankly, adjusting down. So technically speaking, I'm not following your policy, I'm decreasing it. But to answer your question, that's why and how I came up with the proposal.
So I'm going to make a recommend. Does anybody else have a comment?
The statistics you have up, is that COLA and merit or figured into that if they do that? Is that all in for those statistics?
For national and statewide, yes. If you can go back a slide, Joanna.
That's just COLA for those benchmarks.
This is just COLA for those benchmarks.
And I just
So
want to point
Bernie
out, a
last
lot
year,
of
for
these,
example, did a 5 and 5.
a lot of these benchmark cities, I mean, it really is hard to compare Fair Oaks with a lot of these cities because we have almost no commercial that goes into this. So when we do COLAs and we do these increases, the pinch is felt by the residents, right? That is who is funding this.
Development decision we've made as a community that we are
Right, and
residential
so
focused,
so it
absolutely.
is. So that's why I'm saying you know, I know we have these benchmark cities, but these benchmark cities really are hard to compare to because they do, you know, they do have a lot more commercial than we do.
Some of them. I mean, this, and again, these are the benchmarks that were adopted, approved by the then council as part of that study.
I understand.
It's as you can see, it's a composite of neighboring cities that are roughly equivalent to us in demographic. San Antonio, obviously, because it's the grill in the area, and then a few of the cities that are farther away that are more like us, that are less commercial, more.
I mean, I don't know any of them on there that are really like us.
Well, no one's really like us.
I mean,
right?
there's not. There really isn't. That's why we live here. But
this is the market in which we compete for talent.
understood.
And I think as part of, don't we have compensation study on the budget for
Right.
this coming
That's-
year?
that's the same.
So
We do.
to relook this,
You'll have an opportunity to look at all the benchmarks, but among those is who we want our benchmarks to be. Do we want to change our benchmark cities? Do we want to be in the top third of the market? Well, we'll have an opportunity to look at all of those factors.
the challenge I fall into, Emily mentioned it, and we have a responsibility to the taxpayers to ensure we do what is responsible. But then the other part of it is we have a fabulous city staff. They're extraordinary. They do great work. They get everything done that we need to get done. And, you know, honestly, look at it, and could I give them a 10% raise? Well, I mean, it's a balance between where we're at. I mean, and we have a responsibility to ensure that we're prudent in how we spend those taxpayer dollars. And that's the challenge that I fall into, and I feel like we're just, you know, the responsibility is just put on council to find that number that we can work with. You know, when I see these numbers and you say that if you go to the next slide and we're 3.7, Texas 4.7, state and local wide, and that's the total salaries and wages increase. That includes merit and COLA, correct?
Texas case, the civilian sector only. 2 years ago, that number was 8%. Didn't approve an 8%.
Well, and I think to what you were making, Mayor, about the compensation study will be good because it'll validate or show where we need to adjust ranges, because that's really what it's about, so that we're within the market. But overall increases, if this is everything all rolled in, then nobody's in the range that you're suggesting. I mean, nobody's in the 5.5% range. So
Respectfully, there's at least 13 that are.
I'm sorry.
There's at least 13 on the previous slide that are in that range.
Well, I'm talking about the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, the ECI data, which is part of a policy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm trying to match it up to the policy. So we might have a policy that says we'll try to do that, but our budget may not sustain it. And I'm trying to say we should, as a council, give you what we're comfortable with, overall percentage, and then allocate it as you would see fit. And I can tell you that 5.5% doesn't feel right from our perspective because of the two things mentioned by the mayor and council member Stroop.
What would you propose?
I would propose 4.
So
Somewhere between 3.7 and 4.7.
I'll reiterate. Again, I'll reiterate, we're the lowest one on that list, or at least tied for the lowest one on that list. And for context, a 1% COLA in the general fund is equivalent to $57,000.
We're also in the top third. So our salary ranges are in the top third of or at least that was our policy statement to it. We wanted to be in the top third of the whatever compensation ranges we have. So we're already in the top third. If we were down here in the bottom third, you could make a case for raising it more. But if we're already up there, we need to be careful that we don't get to the top 10%. Just by, again, scope creep. I mean, just, automatic creep, so.
Scott, I don't understand your comment when you said there are 13 others up there that we don't meet. So this year, I'm looking at the list, and 4% seems to be the average, and you have two cities, Alamo Heights and Bernie, that are at 4.5.
No, we're talking all in, so hold on.
These are just COLA numbers.
Right, but the other chart, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. That's what was said in the past, right? The other chart shows whole all-in number for Texas and for state and local, which if you compare that to this chart being COLA, there's a lot of people, so you got 4.7% in state and local, and in Texas, 3.7%. So somewhere between 4.7 and 3.7 is your all-in nationwide number.
We don't know what Alamo Heights does for merit stuff. We don't know. They may not do anything.
Your state and local numbers, you can see in the latest chart for salaries and wages is 4.7.
Right, but Texas is 3.7. There's a benefit to live in
Billion.
Texas versus California, because the cost of living is substantially lower here. We have income tax.
And we showed you a chart back in May that showed I believe it was going back to 2009, a year-over-year comparison of the growth in civilian and government salaries. So for all but the beginning and end of that chart, the civilian growth was outpacing government. So it's only at the beginning and just in the last basically year and a half where the government growth has outpaced the civilian. So we're saying is we're been consistently going to the lowest common denominator of whichever number we're reporting, right? I prefer to be consistent.
Well, you're also making a recommendation based on data, which is great, because I like data. I don't like emotion. But trying to the mayor's point, trying to balance taking care of our employees, taking care of the city, taking care of our taxpayers. That if we do an all-in number that high, feels like we're out of step. So I propose that as a suggestion that we cap our increase in salaries and budget, except for the new positions, but just the overall increase for that. It's something more in line with even this chart.
I mean, between 3.7 and 4.7 makes sense. For an all-in number.
Initially, I was thinking 5% total. It was 2.5% for the ECI or COLA. And the challenge I have is with the merit, and we've talked about the merit, and when you go 3, what you're really saying is a 1% COLA or a 0.5% COLA and 2.5% merit.
Well, because we have the merit. I mean, if we have to have that. I mean, if that's on the table and it's gonna be there no matter what, it has to be considered. Now, next year, if it's not on the table,
Well, we have to change
then
some
we can do something different. But like right now, when we look at the 13 other places, they may not have a merit at all. That might be their total number.
I promise.
For some of them, it may not be. For all of them, it may not be. I don't know, though, because I don't see that. So what I do see is what Keith has been saying, is these are all-in numbers, and we know that these are all-in numbers. And so that's, you know, that's where I'm at. I mean, I don't like this part of the job. I'm sorry, I don't like this part of the job, because I agree with Greg. You know, you want to take care of your staff. You want to, I mean, if I could pay everybody $1 million, let's just pay everybody $1 million.
Yeah, this is,
But
no, we all know this is always the most painful part of the process, right? And
Right.
again, I would,
Yes.
and looking at this and going in the future, as has been said already, I would much rather come back to you in iterations with budget targets, whether it's a percentage of budget growth, whether it's a tax rate, whether it's average tax impact to the household. Any or all of those targets would be great, and let us manage around. That's ideal for me. What I can tell you, based on the budget we have right now, is we have going down a penny with all of these positions and COLAs embedded,
it's still 2 pennies over the no new revenue.
with the approved debt service. Correct. So inclusive of the debt service for GO bonds, it's going up by 2 pennies, an average impact of $50 on a household. When we information on the GO bond proposal during that election period, we told folks that was going to be $97. We're at 50. So what I'm saying is, this is the sausage making that comes to the policy board in this case of how we get to these figures. But when you look at those bottom line metrics, we're I believe at or below all of the targets that we set out.
So I mean, what you laid out, somewhere between 3.7 and 4.7.
Average of that is 4.2.
How 4% was between those two numbers. And I can assure you that in private industry, they do not do 3% COLAs. Not in private industry, which is why that chart here, which is good data, is representative of the entire increase. You know, somewhere between 3.7 and 4.7, that's everything. So for us to say 5.5% just is, you know, it's troublesome for the taxpayer. It's also out of step with the industry. And you can break it down into state and local, and you can break it down into civilian. But overall, we're above all that in the you know, proposed budget. So not that I just would live by this only, but it sure helps you kind of judge where you stand, right?
The policy says the policy doesn't say it must be the ECI
I know.
or it must be the benchmarks or the CPI or anything. You all of those, absolutely. Benchmarks as well. We try to take it all, so it's not an average or a mid average, anything else. We take a look at all those, and the goal through this is to try and stay competitive, not just for the employees, you know, themselves, which is obviously extremely important, arguably for me the most important, but also for retention and recruitment of our employees,
Right.
to maintain the services that keep this community going. So we have to balance all those factors.
Well, with that, I mean, one of our goals was to maintain that we're in the top third of our benchmark cities with, and that's probably the piece that we're missing right now, is where are we at in relation to those? So we may have what all the benchmark cities provided in COLA for this year, but are we maintaining that 1/3 in that group, in the top 1/3, or we're not? And we don't really know that.
We won't know until the study.
Right. And so that's some of the challenge. So I don't know, I look at it and I go, you know, what's fair? So they're providing a COLA.
2, so if we do 2 all in, it would be 4.5. It would be on the upper third of that 3.7 and 4.7.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. What do you think, Ruben?
What's the impact between 4 and 4.5?
About 20,
That helps to have that number.
28,500 something.
So if we said 4.5, you could just take it and manage it from there? It's not a COLA of 4.5, just to be specific, that's all in, right, okay.
Okay?
Okay. That was easy.
I think that concludes the compensation plan workshop.
All right. Thank you.
Good news is I think we've done a lot of the legwork for the next one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you introduce it? Are we waiting on me?
Oh,
I wasn't sure if we
Just
did
take
or
it away.
not.
We're all asleep.
let's go.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yes, so this is the fourth budget workshop, and prior to tonight, council has been presented with the proposed budget for all the general fund departments and the water and wastewater utility. There have been some changes to the agenda, since the agenda packet was posted, so we provided the updated copies of the documents for your reference, and I'll highlight those as we get to them in the presentation. We kind of talked about this earlier, but I quickly want to highlight where we are in the budget process and the remaining steps. So really tomorrow is the deadline to determine the debt service requirement for fiscal year 24-25 so that the tax rate calculation worksheet can be completed. We'll have some conversation on that when we get to the markup session. And then at the next council meeting on the 15th, the calculated tax rates will be submitted to council, and you'll set the maximum tax rate to be considered for fiscal year 24-25. We'll also hold another budget workshop reflective of all the changes made tonight and review the capital budget and rate impacts. That will be the last budget workshop before the city manager submits the proposed budget to the city secretary on August 19th. The finance department has still continued working with our financial advisor, Samco Capital, on the GO bond issuance for the roadway CIP. So on August 29th, Samco will post a notice of that sale, and September 5th, council will review the bids and consider an ordinance authorizing the sale of obligations. And then September 16th, we'll conduct the public hearing on the budget and tax rate, have the first reading of ordinances adopting both, with the second readings on September 19th. So I'll start with an overview of the proposed budget, focusing on the general fund and utility fund. We'll highlight changes made since the last workshop and since the agenda was posted, and then we'll go through a list of the funded items. Yes, sir.
I had a quick question. So on the previous slide, on the steps, and I thought we talked about this earlier. So on August 15th, we're going to have another workshop. So everything that we've gone through today, we're going to re-review and just confirm? Is that?
Basically, the final numbers based on what we're doing tonight.
What if we made changes during the August 15th meeting? What is that? Does that throw the schedule off, or?
We're setting the rates at that meeting, the property tax rate and the final budget. So after that, so the 15th, that's when I present my proposed budget to you based on that. We're setting the rates at that meeting. So if you want to make further changes, that's done through the formal process in September, amending the budget and the property tax. So Do they have another bite at the apple, Summer? Maybe I missed something
Well,
there.
so next council meeting, we'll set the maximum tax rate that you'll consider. We could still make changes from there. You could go down, but you couldn't go up. You wouldn't have another workshop after that if you did make changes to see it and discuss it. We would incorporate that into the final proposed budget that we submit to the city secretary's office that would be posted, and we would hold the public hearing on it. But it would be the final last time, because then we're submitting the proposed budget, so.
Right, you only have 4 days after the workshop to submit the budget to the city secretary.
Right.
Okay. So really, there are opportunities, but very limited. And in best case, what we'd like to do is make all those decisions tonight.
Again, you can still change it, but we need these decisions so that we can produce those public hearing notices and provide the basis for those hearings.
Yep.
And after that, again, you can do budget amendments, that's okay. But this is what goes into the document, into the public hearing notices.
And what was I missed the part where you said you can't go down or you can't go up?
So at the next meeting, we will, you'll set the maximum tax rate that you will consider.
Gotcha.
So I know in the past, you could, if you knew you would never hit the voter approval rate, but you still wanted to come in lower, you could just set it there, and then you still adopt whatever tax rate you decide. That's just, you're saying you will not go above that tax rate.
Gotcha.
Sure. So again, after I go through the overview, we'll get to the schedule of funded and unfunded items, and that'll be the markup session. I was quickly going to go over, we did receive certified value reports from the 3 counties on Friday. Total values within the city increased 8.5% over last year's values, which is slightly lower than what we reported at the last workshop. And with the certified values, we have not yet completed the final tax rate calculation worksheet. We're still waiting on some reporting requirements to calculate that, but we did a preliminary calculation, and that's presented. This slide did change from what was presented in the agenda packet. The change is due to now we've added cash funding the drainage projects for fiscal year 24-25. So the INS rate is a little bit lower than what was in the agenda packet because it represents only the debt service for the GO bond. But as proposed, the budget does have a total tax rate higher than the no new revenue rate and slightly higher than the current year's tax rate. But again, that's inclusive of the new debt for the approved GO bond. Again, that increase from the prior year is solely in the INS debt rate. Again, the M&O tax rate, which supports the operating budget, is being decreased by a little more than a penny with this current proposed budget. So since the last workshop, the city manager reviewed unfunded budget requests, and we have included these in tonight's proposed budget. As we talked about, the cost of living adjustment last workshop was at 4.4%. That's been reduced to 3%. We talked about the positions that are added that we can make the changes during the markup session. We included a thermoplastic remover, message board trailer, water tank trailer. Those trailers also have shared costs with the utility. The mass casualty care kits in public safety and costs for development of an IT master plan with a consultant. Also, you'll see at the bottom, we added the $250,000 of cash funding for those drainage projects in lieu of issuing certificates of obligation. So after the overview, we can go into these items further also. But with the additions of all of that, the general fund has an overall budget surplus of $89,000 after the capital outlay and transfers. Now, the department has updated the fiscal year 23-24 year-end projections, so that ending fund balance has increased $344,000 from last quarter, and I'll talk about that during the quarterly report. But for the proposed budget, you'll notice decreases in the reserves for tree mitigation and court technology. We have an increase to the operating reserve to maintain 6 months expense in accordance with policy, and a small decrease in the unallocated fund balance.
Didn't we discuss at one point whether the 6-month reserve is too much or standard or?
Did, and that's to say we would take up that policy after the budget.
Okay.
But yes.
Also, the unallocated reserve is available for what use?
The unallocated is available for any use council chooses.
Y'all, I'm sorry. I can't remember back to the presentation on the GO bonds, but did we factor in using some of that unallocated for those projects, or did we leave the unallocated alone when we calculated what we might need for the GO bonds?
For the GO bond, there may have been small amounts of cash funding. Of course, any projects up to now have been cash funded.
funded.
Usually the design, engineering, but there may have been small amounts of cash funding.
So we could use those for certain projects if we desire.
You could use it for any purpose, yes.
So it's been sitting there at that level for some time, so if y'all have a plan for using those unallocated amounts?
We have,
Am I jumping the gun?
yeah, I mean, I'll
Okay,
mention
go ahead.
a little bit of
bearing the lead,
something.
yes.
I'll wait.
One way we could, yes. But I'll do a quick overview of the utility fund. Again, small changes to the utility fund. The cost of living adjustment decreased, and then we added those two trailers. So the utility now has a combined operating surplus of a little more than $295,000. It's just a small change from the last workshop. And then again, looking at the operating income by division, the wastewater still has that small operating loss that we talked about at the last workshop. Again, the rate change implemented this year is coming very close to covering operations. So there's no change from the last workshop in the non-operating activities. And so combining that with the operating income, the budget would have an increase to total net position of $1.65 million. But you'll notice the increases are in reserves for capital projects, equipment replacement, and the debt service reserve. So that's just an overview of how the general fund utility fund budgets changed. If there's no questions on that, we can actually go into the funded and unfunded schedule. Julie's going to put that up. So it starts on page 111 of the agenda packet, but again, that funding schedule has changed. So we included the attachment, a handout for you. And then we'll have the interactive spreadsheet on the screen. And we'll just kind of go over how this worksheet works. So starting from the top, this is for the general fund. It lists the total revenues less the routine expenditures for each department. Those are the department budgets that you were presented with over the last 3 workshops. And then from there is really where we want the discussion to move forward. It's about the funded and unfunded items and what council would like to do with those. So on the list of the funded items, you'll notice the ones I mentioned during the overview that were added since the last workshop, in addition to items that have been included throughout previous workshops, but they're all here for discussion. And again, what's new is the cash funding of the drainage projects. You'll notice many of the items are one-time expenditures or capital items, and they are already included in the budget as recommended by the city manager.
I think that's what you were talking about, not general obligation, but these were looking at certificates of obligation.
For drainage, we were, and with these updated handouts, now we've proposed cash funding the drainage projects for fiscal year 24-25 and not issuing certificates of obligation next year for those projects.
Okay, you want to just go down the list?
Well, I was going to mention, I'm sorry, just real quick, let me just finish the worksheet if you don't mind. Because then right below are items that have been requested by departments but are not in the proposed budget, so those are up for consideration. And then we also have a tax rate calculator to the right. I don't know, it may not be printed on your sheet, but we have that. Any changes we could manipulate to see what effect that would have on the tax rate. Again, these are preliminary tax rates because we haven't done the final calculated worksheet. And then there is one item on the unfunded list that is being presented for the first time. It's the very bottom one. It's the establishment of a budget stabilization fund. And so just last year, the department developed that 5-year financial plan to help ensure that the city can meet future commitments, obligations, and anticipated needs in a strategic, fiscally sound manner. And that 5-year plan identified several areas of opportunity and risk so that we can operate more proactively. The areas included planning for future fire and EMS services, maintaining adequate staffing for increasing service level needs, and the effects of working within revenue streams that may not keep up with the increased costs to run the city. So unlike the operating reserve, which was intended to be used to provide temporary financing for unanticipated needs of an emergency nature, the budget stabilization fund would be used to offset an operating deficit that could result from unknown service changes or revenue reductions that could create adverse service impacts. It would help to minimize the tax rate fluctuations for those unknown costs identified in the 5-year plan and risks that we haven't yet identified. So we could set up that fund with some of the unallocated funds that are there so that we could minimize any tax rate impacts, tax rate increases in the future for those unknown risks that, were presented in the 5-year financial plan.
So it's not really an expenditure fund, it's just movement of funds from an unallocated to a reserve fund for.
Right, they would have a policy that we could create what the uses are for, but it really is to, we have all those unknowns for the next 5 years that were presented during that 5-year financial plan, even just with fire and EMS and any other services that we do provide. So, yes.
So it's setting aside these funds to fund a deficit or an increase that we didn't anticipate or something along the way, or revenue drops, so our budget's now in the hole for the year.
That would
That's
be-
essentially what that is.
Yeah, so that way we could minimize tax rate increases without affecting service levels, yes.
Is it merely defining that differently than an unallocated reserve? Is it just flagging it for different purposes than the unallocated reserve? Is that the
It is.
idea behind it?
It's a different type of an assigned fund balance.
It's
It is what it
I know it's a bad term, but it's another reserve to offset unknown contingencies.
That's fair.
It's
Could
fair?
be a new policy tied to it, or a different policy tied to it.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So that's my explanation on the worksheet and how it works, and really, yeah, it's open for discussion, any of the items. We can zero out the costs of the FTEs that we've included in the budget that you have indicated we can remove.
Then that money allocated for those, that goes back into the bucket for
Right.
somewhere else, if
Yes.
anywhere.
That will increase your unallocated.
So now we're ready to go to the list.
Sure, yes.
So the first two, I thought these were are these vehicle replacements?
They are, and so the majority of the funds for their purchase is coming from the equipment replacement fund.
Uh-huh.
There was a little bit delta. We hadn't saved enough to fully fund it, so a small portion of the purchase would come from the general fund. But yes, they are replacements, with most of the funding coming from the equipment replacement fund.
Not be additional vehicles that will be added to our fleet.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's like the 9,300 and the 11,600, that was a part that's above what's in the replacement fund?
For
Okay.
savings, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Fine with that.
Fine with that.
Okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. Tilt trailer for the fog seal machine.
Problem with that?
Thermoplastic remover.
Cool.
I think that this was also related to the fog seal, wasn't it?
I think Grant covered that one of the last
Right.
meetings.
Right, a lot of our striping on the street is thermoplastic, and in order to remove it, because it's kind of permanent, right now we use a milling head on the skid steer, and it really damages the road, so this is a machine that specializes for removing it.
Okay.
Good.
FTE drainage lead.
Took that off earlier.
Yeah. Yep.
Taking it off up there.
Right.
Message board trailer.
Is that like what we've got now? Just an added, so we can have it in multiple. Got it.
Just another message board trailer that we needed for,
I'm okay with that.
And is that cost being offset somewhere else because it's only for 10,000?
Well, it would be split with the utility.
Okay.
So this portion here is just from the general fund, the other, okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
Yes.
Thanks for showing both of those, by the way.
Yeah.
Helpful.
water trailer. We needed this related to the, can't remember all the details.
So the water trailer is shared between all departments, water, wastewater, and maintenance department. And our current trailer is a homemade trailer. It was made 19, 20 years ago, so.
Okay.
1920.
I don't have a problem with that. Good. Project manager.
Okay to that one, right?
Put in the amount there so we know what that is, or do you know?
108?
Well, it won't have an effect on the general fund. and
Oh, I
this
got
is-
you.
Project
Gotcha,
amount
gotcha.
is on the left.
Goes to
Only if we took them away, would it?
Gotcha. Okay.
No. So we have the full cost there of what it would be all in with payroll taxes and benefits, but it would be charged to the projects fund. And so for the next however many years that we have bonds for projects, it would be charged to that fund.
City planner. Assistant chief.
Gotta.
Yes.
Yep.
Cadet pay. Mass casualty care kits.
I think we went over that one. Budget. Yeah.
All okay?
Yes.
Okay. Comms manager.
I think we
You were
removed
not-
it, right?
Removed it.
Okay. Citizens engagement platform.
I have a question on that. Was that the one where Sugarland,
That was an example, yes.
that memo?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. That one was, I sent the council 2 examples, and
Yeah.
Sugarland uses Zen City. That's correct.
Really had poor turnout. 608 people out of 108,000 responses. Our turnout's even better. We have 200 people out of 10,000, so.
Two.
So I'm not sure we need that.
I don't think we need that
I
for,
think-
for
I-
$15,000.
I don't think we need that.
I agree.
What do we lose? It
Nothing.
was just something to help us with our communications.
Surveys.
It was added 2 years ago in our strategic plan to have a regular survey of the citizens for quality of services, overall satisfaction. Typically, when you get robust in a strategic plan, resident outcome benchmarks is a typical indicator that you use.
Okay. Employee handbook. This is all part of the update of the new.
I still think $10,000 to update a handbook is off the charts crazy.
Is that for external services, Scott?
Was, yes.
To come and do it? And you said the last time it was updated was 15 years ago?
2006.
I don't know. I think 10 grand is,
Well, it's an estimate, correct? Because we don't have a contract yet.
So you, at that workshop, you heard the comments from the city attorney.
He said that was on the low end, right?
Thought that was quite inexpensive, yes.
Sounds like it needs to be done.
I'll do it for 5.
A compensation study, we already talked about that. Man,
That how accurate or of an estimate is 50,000 to compensate for a compensation study?
It's roughly what it was 5 years ago, so, little concern, I mean, I don't know what that will be in today's rates. It'll,
They come in and interview?
it might be slightly higher than that, but what's that?
They come in and interview your team or just look at your, I mean, when they do the comp study?
They do. They, in addition to analyzing the benchmarks in the market, and if you looked at the one we have now, the 300-page data of all that, part of that is they interview the departments they have and the employees. They fill a question of everything they do so they can match job description to the comparables, and part of that is an interview process, yes.
So do you think we should bump that up a little bit? To be honest, if you think it's going to come in higher?
Let's do it, because it's important to know if we're paying our employees properly.
Threat Hunter, SEAM, and IT Master Plan.
Girl, IT related stuff. And these are one-time expenses.
And split.
No, actually, that is a change on your handout. Those
Oh,
would be
sorry.
ongoing. For the SIM, though, the recurring portion would only be $21,250, not that full amount. But those would be ongoing services.
Talk about Threat Hunter, and did you talk about these two like a couple meetings ago? Can you remind me?
Yes.
Can you remind me
Yes.
what those are?
Yeah, so.
Or how essential?
So essentially, the threat hunting is, we're paying skilled, technicians who are in the realm of, keeping up to date, all the current threats that, networks are exposed to. They're able to look for indicators of compromise, handle any kind of incident response should we need that, and they would have intimate knowledge of our, infrastructure, which was one thing that was outlined when we had the cybersecurity incident about 3 years ago. To have somebody that has intimate knowledge of our network that would be able to provide that skill set in an incident response quickly, rather than having to wait for insurance or anything else.
And SIEM, SIEM?
Right.
That same thing? Does it tie together?
We'd be able to feed the data from the SIM into the threat hunting services. They'd be able to ingest that data.
I have no issues with
Yeah,
that.
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Master plan?
Was that like upgrade, IT master plan?
This is an overall assessment of our IT, of our software and hardware, getting up to date with what we have now, what our future needs are, so equipment replacement, software
And this is the
consolidation.
one-time.
This is a one-time.
Yes.
If it's a one-time, how often does it need to be done? Typically, 5 years?
Ideally, 5 years. I've seen it stretched out further, but that's the best practice.
Okay. And then the drainage projects. Was that the full list? All the drainage projects, 250,000?
That was the amount of the drainage projects for that fiscal year that we were going to issue certificates of obligation for.
And 182,000 to get our operating reserve back up to 6 months.
Yes.
Good with that.
And then the non-funded items, 350 Dooley.
12 trailers?
I'll just go ahead and say on this, since these are not funded, none of these, I kind of would rather not include them. Maybe the 2 movable radar signs, but I would be okay with leaving them off.
Yeah, the concern I have with the dually is it's an additional vehicle. Get to a point that we have a vehicle that we're trading in and you want to move up because we need additional hauling capability, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But right now,
If we needed to buy one in the year we decided we needed one, we didn't put it on the list, we could use our surplus, right? An allocated surplus, okay. That's a net increase vehicle, it's not in the replacement
Right.
cycle, okay.
I tell you what, on this list, is there anything that, 2 permanent radar signs and the 2 movable radar signs, one of those, actually the permanent ones, I would probably be in favor of.
I would be the other way around,
The
having
movable.
movable ones.
I'm with the mayor, so.
Was the location of the 2
I mean, people
permanent?
learn where the
Did we
permanent
talk about
ones
the
are.
location of the 2 permanent ones?
They're on battle intents.
On,
Oh,
Meadow Creek
these are
Trail.
just, okay, I see.
That's where
I
they
see
are
what you
now.
mean.
No, where
And
would
the
these
current
be?
ones.
Oh, where would I think Keeneland was what,
The permanent ones?
Yeah, in the past, we've talked about Keenan as probably being a good place. Even I've heard Deets Elkhorn might be a good place as well. That final decision hasn't been made yet.
I'd be okay with both the movable and the permanent, personally.
Me too.
we have 2 movable ones now? The rest of it,
I'm good with nothing else.
I'd like to talk about the flock.
Are we adding, I'm sorry, the permanent and the mobile?
Yes.
I mean, permanent and mobile,
Both,
yes,
yes.
okay.
On the flock, I mean, crime's increasing, and is this a tool that the city can use, or the PD can use to have an even faster response time or recovery of property, or, you know? I know they already do a good job, and I think this will provide, I mean, it can provide more data.
I don't even know what a flock system is.
Camera system.
It's
Oh,
a
I
LPR
see.
camera system that does instant notification to our dispatch. Similar to the same systems that we see in several neighborhoods we have here now.
So there would be cameras kind of scattered throughout, or?
I believe the quote we have is for 9 cameras that cover all the ingress egress for the city. So if a stolen vehicle like
Okay.
the stolen Audi from San Antonio that came in last week crosses a camera, the officer will be notified.
And, just, we can do everything we can, but I think the increasing property crime,
Yep.
we're an easy in and out because we're off I-10. And so, you know, it's an interesting tool to have.
With the, you may not know the answer, but with the car thefts that just recently happened, did they come in with stolen vehicles?
Yes, sir. They were driving a stolen alley. That was stolen from about 410 Vance Jackson area.
So that would have been, if we'd had the flock in place, we'd have been notified immediately that they were in the neighborhood and looking.
Yes, sir. And it's a dual notification. So the officers would log into the flock system on their iPads, as well as we mirror that system that Bernie currently has, and dispatch would get the notification as well. So
I'm good with that one.
Do we know what the 34,000, is that the initial setup? And then if it's ongoing, do we have any idea of what the ongoing costs would be?
So the initial contract is a 2-year contract. Each camera is about $3,000 per year. So 9 cameras, $27,000. The $34,000 covers the installation costs, which are a little bit higher for 2 of the cameras because they have to meet certain TxDOT standards for the 2 that are on Ralph Air Road. But the installation of the other ones is pretty minimal, but that covers that. The next year would be $27,000.
Okay.
And if these are placed at major ingress-egress points into the city, are they noticeable to where just the fact that they're there is a deterrent, or are they pretty inconspicuous?
If you drive by it, you'll probably start to notice it, yeah. If anybody's driven into Home Depot and Bernie, there's one staring at you in the face when you're pulling off of 46. So you'll start to notice it, yeah. But if you don't know any better, you might think it's something for TxDOT, like you see on the traffic light poles. Or you can make them very visible, kind of like the ones we have in the neighborhood where it says video surveillance system, and it notifies you as you're approaching the pole, so.
So the following year, Chief, it would be like 27,000 a year, so 34,000 year one, and then 27 and whatever increases happen down the road. Okay.
Correct. If we happen to get a new roadway that we want to put one on or add additional camera somewhere, then it'd be another 3,000 for that year.
Okay.
Assuming prices don't change, mind you.
Has anyone ever brought up like privacy concerns, like for people who are not doing anything wrong, as to whether they're being monitored or tracked? You know, does that exist? I don't know if that's even an issue with this sort of system.
It's always going to be an issue. With this proposal, I haven't heard any feedback. With a previous proposal in a private neighborhood, we had quite a bit of feedback that people were worried about. Granted, much smaller area, but there's always going to be that issue. People don't like Big Brother watching them.
Yeah.
The system is a closed system. The only people that have access to it are the officers and our dispatchers. The data that they have is only retained for 30 days, and it's not something that you can just freely go in there and pill around it. You have to actually create parameters for a search if you're looking for specific types of vehicles or license plates. So the data sits there, but it has to be accessed a certain way. There's a log of that, and after 30 days, it's not retained anymore.
Primarily, it's just a license plate reader.
Yes.
You don't get pictures of.
Yeah. If I had a sample picture to show you, basically see like the back end of the vehicle and the license plate. That's all you really see.
So like in recently, if the car that was stolen or the cars that were stolen, if they were reported right away and given the license numbers to you, would y'all be able to put that into the flock system right away to wherever it might go?
Yes, so as soon as the vehicle's entered into the system via our dispatch, Flock has a federal agreement with the National Criminal Justice Information System where they get that data too. So, but we can also create, say we have a suspect vehicle, they're not driving the vehicle or it's not stolen, but we've seen the vehicle several times. We can put that license plate and that vehicle type on a hot list, so if that vehicle enters our city again, we'll be notified. So we can do that ourselves with Flock, not being a stolen vehicle, but most stolen vehicles go through the main system.
And does the city of Bernie currently utilize this system?
Yes. Last I checked, there was somewhere around 47 cameras across the city. So, and they, Chief Perez is working with TxDOT right now to get some up on the I-10 corridor. It's a little more difficult being an interstate highway.
And if we approve this, is it simply for, not that we're going to put it in place, but just we're going to have the money there to fund it if we decide to do that? Would it come through an ordinance, or how does that work? Or is this saying, go ahead and do it?
It says go ahead.
Well,
and
they'd
do
have to come back with
Contract.
Contract?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
probably a resolution to execute it, but
But they're gonna, this gives them the direction to go and get that started.
by funding it, we're placing a priority on it.
Yeah.
That yes, they could go ahead and start working on it.
'Cause I really like the idea, particularly with the increase of property crime, but I would like to get citizen feedback as to whether this is something that we want in our city. You know, just, I'm sure that would come with time when we're presented, if it's on the agenda at a future date. But I like it.
I'm good with
Me
it.
too. All right, add that one.
Anything else?
Nope.
I have a question for Brian. What about this network infrastructure partial replacement? How critical is that? Since you're getting ready to do an IT master plan,
I'm sorry, what was your
how
question?
critical is the network infrastructure partial replacement? Is
Very
it,
critical. We put that on there because there's end of life.
Okay.
And there are a couple of devices that are not going to be supported any longer for security patches.
I mean, is that something, when you say end of life, like how close to the end of life? Because if we're gonna do an IT master plan, is that something that we could
Beyond
push?
Beyond end of life.
already beyond end of life?
Yes.
Okay.
If we don't approve this, you have to wait another year?
And we could also be susceptible to security issues.
And with the thousands of dollars for the other IT stuff?
You know what those are, Brian?
What?
Life.
I believe they're network switches. Yes, and access points, wireless access points.
I think we should include that one.
I can't disagree with that.
I don't necessarily disagree, I just don't understand why we're just now learning about this. I don't,
You don't understand what?
this is the first time we're hearing about this?
Didn't come up in
And
the
like, what
IT
is it, and why is it
presentation.
beyond end of life, and, I don't know.
Have issues like this, you know, that, I mean, software equipment comes end of life all the time, and which is why I put in the request for the IT master plan is, I've mentioned before, and Brian and team have inherited a system over the years as we went from third party to in-house of, what I call a patchwork of different systems equipment that we're incrementally trying to keep up, upgrade. And that's why we need an overall assessment so we can be ahead of the curve and know where our long-term needs are going to be, rather than come with these
I think
end-of-life
I would,
requests.
I would say on this one, without having more information on it, I would not be comfortable with it. If we find that there's something that absolutely we have to do this right now or everybody's at risk, we can always pull from our,
decide not to include it part of the funded items.
right, that's what I mean, like, don't include it as part of the funded items, but
No, I mean, in the recommendation, it's not included.
right,
So why was it not?
right.
If it's so critical, the way Brian's,
I think it's, for me, it was lack of a comprehensive approach and frankly, lack of understanding of the need.
kind of where I'm at.
It's at 76,000, I mean,
So, Scott, was it not known when y'all did the IT presentation, or y'all weren't sure when that was
I think we
presented?
talked about it.
I'm not sure I understand the question, I'm sorry.
This replacement, when y'all made the IT presentation on the budget workshop, during the budget workshops, did we not,
It was.
it was something that came up afterwards that we
It was,
found?
it was in the presentation, but it was included as an unfunded item. We include the list of both.
So you didn't, okay. Not sure why it wasn't recommended to be in there, so, okay. But if we need it, I'm still in favor of putting the budget item out there.
I'm in favor of not putting the budget item out there, but then we have funds if it becomes
That's true.
absolutely necessary.
When will you be doing the IT plan? When will that be done?
Possible.
So maybe, okay.
Let us
think
put a
we
little
need
more
to
teeth behind that one, if you don't mind, and work with Brian and Jim, and we can come back with an
Okay.
itemized proposal for you.
Okay.
Better.
And creating the stabilization fund? Everybody's okay?
Well, how do we do that? Do we move money out of the unallocated surplus, or how do we get the $1 million?
It's coming out of
From
there.
it is from an unallocated, yes.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand it, but okay. Because if it's unallocated and you can use it for stuff, then why do we need to allocate to another allocation?
And, but we want to target it because we have some known unknowns or unknown knowns, as the case may be, that we know changes are coming. We don't know what the impact of that is going to be.
Okay.
Like 2 savings accounts.
It doesn't change our bottom lines though, right? I mean,
Right, it
it's-
won't
it's
affect the
just-
budget, and it would come
Yeah.
back to council with a formal policy that would be approved by council, and then it would actually be established at that time.
Yeah.
I just don't want to become a slush fund for, oh, we didn't budget enough, so now we got to take it out of here.
Actually, it's just the opposite.
Well, it's for deficits. So, oh, we didn't budget enough, we got a deficit, so we'd take it out of this fund here. That's what, one of the uses of it, correct? For a deficit, you would use this to offset a deficit?
Anything, first of all, that's not the intent, but anything we would use it for would require a budget amendment at the city council.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
What else you need?
good work.
So this still estimated, but Julie, if you could pull up the tax rate changes to the right at this time. So we'll have a little bit of work to do. We're gonna have to, this does not incorporate the changes to the compensation, so this won't be the final, but this gives you a rough idea of where we've landed with the changes based on the direction that you gave us tonight. I do want to point out again that the M&O rate is going down. The debt rate is going up, of course, with the approved bond debt that's slated for this year. As part of that decision, we have to certify these values at the next meeting to set the public hearing. So this debt rate includes the structured debt service that we have talked about in earlier presentations, so that we have a level rate of debt service ongoing. So in other words, this provides a structured plan where we're paying more principal in the earlier years, that rate over time. So what's included in that, I'm squinting, 40406, whatever that number is up there, that's the number that represents. So I want to be clear about that as we go towards setting the public hearings, that's the structured debt service INS number that we will be using for the budget. And then, of course, you see the bottom line difference from the current year to the budget year, nominal change overall. These will change slightly, but I wanted to let you know what those rates, what's changing and what those rates meant.
Got questions on it?
Just math at this point, so I think we're good.
Okay.
That's all we have.
Yes. Still have a financial investment report?
Turbo speed.
I can give a quick quarterly report. Once we get it pulled up. So it is the quarterly financial and investment report for the quarter ended June 30th, which concludes the third quarter of the fiscal year. And as usual, we'll focus on the general fund and utility fund revenues and expenditures. So starting with the general fund, the budgeted revenues totaled $10.6 million, and we expect to be about $890,000 higher than budget. $215,000 of that increase is for interest earnings. This is up from the projection reported last quarter. We've not seen the anticipated decrease in interest rates yet this year, and that drop in rates is now expected sometime in 2025. We're also projecting increases in taxes. Property taxes are expected to exceed budget by $161,000. That's due to levy adjustments during the year. And sales tax is projected to exceed budget by $187,000. That projection has increased from the last quarter as well. Projecting smaller increases in franchise fees, permits, and court revenues. And then that other category on the slide, it includes fees and services and is projected to be $230,000 higher than budget. Now that's largely driven by the $160,000 in tree mitigation fees that we've collected and was discussed earlier. That's reserved for that newly adopted tree mitigation fund policy. So looking at some of the revenue trends, we can see historical collections of property taxes are consistent with prior years, and through the month of June, we've collected 97.9% of the total tax levy. And for sales tax, the revenue has been increasing each year. Sales tax is collected 2 months in arrears, so as of today, we've collected through the month of May, and collections are averaging about 12% higher than last year. And residential permits. We had a substantial slowdown in activity last fiscal year, and then we saw a jump in permits during the second quarter, but that increase has softened during the third quarter. We still expect to see an increase in the number of permits issued this year over last. And then on the expenditures, we are projecting almost $500,000 savings to budget, all coming from personnel savings. As we reported last quarter, there have been multiple vacancies throughout administration, finance, public safety, public works, but some of those vacancies have since been filled. All other categories are projecting to be within or slightly over budget. So with the increase in revenues combined with the savings in expenditures, the general fund is expected to have a positive variance to budget of $1.4 million. Now, the budget did call for the use of reserves, including encumbrances, so that positive variance is just compared to budget. Actual revenues over expenditures equates to an addition of fund balance of $502,000. And as I mentioned, $150,000 is reserved for tree mitigation, and then we are adding to the operating reserve, and the remaining surplus is falling into that unallocated fund balance. So for the utility fund, combined revenues are projected to exceed budget by $1.13 million, of which $750,000 is in residential water revenues. While total consumption is lower than last fiscal year through June, we have been in stage 2 drought conditions since August 2023, and so we've billed almost $600,000 in surcharges so far this year. We're also projecting impact fees to exceed budget by $350,000, which is all reserved in the Water and Wastewater Capital Projects Fund, and then interest earnings are projected to exceed budget by $120,000. Utility operating expenses, they're projected to be very close to budget. The personnel savings of almost $93,000 is being offset with some overages in the other categories, specifically maintenance costs for plants and lines and some legal fees for the water utility. But overall, the utility is expected to add almost $1.1 million to net position, and you can see that's in the form of investment in capital assets. That's through the progression of the capital projects in both utilities. And the detailed financial report is included in the agenda packet. So I'll quickly do the investment update. The city began the quarter with $22.7 million and ended with $21.6 million. Of that, about 95% is in the government investment pools and 5% is in Frost Bank for operational purposes. Total withdrawal of funds this quarter was $1.4 million for operations and project payments. The investments earned $283,650 in interest this quarter, and fiscal year to date, the city has earned a little over $843,000 in interest. Again, the full investment report is included in your packet where you'll find more information on each pool as well as a comparison of interest rates. That's all I have.
Thank you. Questions?
Good job.
Well, that covers all of the items that we had on the agenda for tonight. With that, we'll move into our announcements. Announcements from council members.
Say thank you to Fair Oaks PD. Earlier this week, there was a string of, I mentioned earlier, a string of car thefts and burglaries, Noble Ark, Calcalo, and from what I'd heard from the neighbors, really high response time. You know, they're working to that. Quick response time should be commended. I think they recovered a few vehicles too, is what I heard.
Good point. I have no announcements. Scott, anything?
One announcement, Mr. Mayor. As we all know, TxDOT is working on the Cibolo Bridge, and there was a planned power outage from CPS a couple weeks ago, which was postponed. CPS is looking at rescheduling that work for the week of August 12th. More information will be coming. There will be significant changes to the benefit of the residents, whereas we're talking about outages in terms of minutes rather than hours. It will still be conducted during the evening or nighttime, early morning. Customers who are impacted will receive information from CPS through their channels as well as through their targeted phone, text, email messaging. And when that is fully available, they'll share that with us to repost as well. But that's tentatively planned for the week after next. But again, the impact will be greatly reduced from what was originally planned. I hear more, you'll know more. That's all I have.
Are there any items that any of the council members would like placed on a future agenda? Nope. Nope. Scott, no reason to go to executive session?
No, sir.
Okay. And Christine, anything we missed?
No, sir.
Scott, anything we missed?
Good here.
I have the time now is 11:47 and we are adjourned.